Good morning. It is 5 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got some scattered clouds on this. It is Wednesday, right? Yeah, 78 degrees, the full forecast, and traffic coming up in just a few minutes. Well, tonight, the Republican nominee for president makes his acceptance speech. ABC's Stephen Portnoy, he reports from the site of the GOP convention in Milwaukee.
While his memoir of his working-class upbringing brought him renown, James David Vance is still unknown to most of America. Tonight, here in this hall, J.D. Vance will have something of a national debut as he makes his case for Donald Trump's re-election and for his own ascension to the second highest office in the land.
Elon Musk, he is saying see you later to California. The billionaire pledging to relocate the headquarters of two of his companies, SpaceX and X, formerly known as Twitter. He says he's going to move them to Texas, in part because of a new law concerning kids and gender. ABC's Andrew Dimbert reports.
Elon Musk says the move is in response to a California law just signed by Governor Gavin Newsom. It bars school districts from requiring staff to notify parents if their child changes their gender identity. Musk calling the law the final straw. Critics say the law undermines parents' ability to guide and protect their kids. But a Newsom spokesperson argues it protects the child-parent relationship by preventing politicians and school staff from inappropriately intervening in family matters.
Back here in Middle Tennessee, a juvenile died in a jet ski crash on Old Hickory on Old Hickory Lake last night. Channel 4's Marius Payton has more.
A child died in a jet ski crash on Old Hickory Lake. The Wilson County Sheriff's Office says this happened at the Creighton Lane area around 4:30. The child was taken to the hospital where they died. An adult also involved in the crash was taken to the hospital. That person is expected to be okay. The victim's identity has not been released. The Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency is investigating the crash.
The market numbers report this morning brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Find them online at beaconcm.com. With a recap of yesterday's money news, here's Daria Albinger.
From ABC News, Wall Street now positive earnings reports and growing hopes for an interest rate cut sent stocks soaring once again a day after setting a new record. The Dow jumped 743 points for its biggest gain in over a year. The Nasdaq closed up 37. The S&P rose 36. Much of the Dow was driven by United Health Group reporting stronger results for the spring than analysts had expected in spite of a huge cyber attack. Bank of America rallied on stronger quarterly profit results than expected, and those helped offset some losses for big tech. Retail sales were mostly unchanged from May to June, according to the Commerce Department. Shoppers may be taking advantage of Amazon Prime Day deals, but the Better Business Bureau is warning customers to be on the lookout for phishing attempts trying to take advantage of people with lookalike websites and too good to be true social media ads.
Let's go ahead and take a look at today's pre-market numbers. Before the opening bell, the Dow futures down 87, S&P 500 down 42, Nasdaq futures down 253. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather. That's all coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
507 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into your Wednesday, July 17th. Jay Harper in for Ken Weaver. Johnny B here as well. The RNC, man, it was rocking yesterday. OMG and LOL. I have so much audio to play for you. I don't even have time to play it all. We have a lot to cover this morning. I got to say, though, that it was almost surreal last night when Donald Trump gave none other than Nikki Haley a standing ovation.
I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period.
And Donald Trump stands up and gives her a standing ovation, and many others did as well. Nikki Haley, as you just heard, giving Trump her endorsement. It was, I think, a great moment. We keep hearing about unity. And I think with some of the audio bites that I have to play for you today, on the other side, from the Democrat side, the liberal side, I think it is clear that when we're talking about unity in this country, I think it's going to be unity between Republicans. Because by and large, there really is no way to have unity when only one side is willing to be united. And right now, as I mentioned yesterday, today is Wednesday, tomorrow night, the big speech that Donald Trump is going to be giving is going to be all about unity. And former President Trump, he is going to try to unite everyone, Republicans and independents, and yes, Democrats as well. But as I think everyone on this radio station probably has said, is that you can't unite when only one side wants to unite, because the Democrats, several things are going on with the left. Number one is some are saying that this whole thing was staged. Others are saying that, it doesn't matter if Donald Trump was almost killed by an assassin's bullet. This is a president who is a threat to democracy, and they've started down the same road that they continue to spew. Threat to democracy, Hitler, all of that nonsense. And so as we spoke about yesterday, really not much has changed for the Democrats, despite the almost assassination of former President Donald Trump, more than likely going to be the next president of the United States. There is some polling out that I'm going to share with you this morning. At some point, CNN was talking about it yesterday, where Jake Tapper was talking about the fact that in 14 really important states, Donald Trump is gaining even more ground, is expanding his lead against Joe Biden in 14 states. And so as you look at the polling and you look at where Joe Biden is and what Biden is out there trying to say, to the NAACP and other places, really his rhetoric hasn't changed at all. And so while Trump is increasing his lead over Joe Biden, Biden is sticking with the same old script, as we heard last night or yesterday with the NAACP. You've got Donald Trump that is looking to unite Americans. And so I loved what Nikki Haley had to say last night about the importance of uniting. Here's part of what she had to say.
But we agree more often than we disagree. We agree on keeping America strong. We agree on keeping America safe. And we agree that Democrats have moved so far to the left that they're putting our freedoms in danger. I'm here tonight because we have a country to save. And a unified Republican Party is essential for saving her.
Yeah. Again, Nikki Haley. It's interesting, too, because I'm watching Fox News. And just so you know, there's hours and hours of speeches and stories, incredible stories of Americans who want to see our country saved. And so one of the speakers last night was a mother who lost her son after the suspect who murdered her son was released by one of these George Soros liberal DAs, George Soros-funded liberal district attorneys. And she told the story up on stage yesterday. We also had a mother whose son was killed by fentanyl coming across the southern border. And so when Nikki Haley says, and it's absolute truth, that our freedoms, they are at risk, but not by this president who is supposedly a threat to democracy, which is what the Democrats will say about Donald Trump. Our freedoms are at risk because of the risks that have come across our southern border. Our freedoms are at risk because of those George Soros district attorneys who refuse to throw these scumbags in jail. And so what do? They come out and kill innocent Americans. That's what Nikki Haley means when she says that our freedoms are at risk. And I'm going to be honest with you, and it'll be interesting to see what Chris Hand has to say about all this today after 9, because let's face it, of all of us, he was the one that really did not like Nikki Haley. But I thought yesterday she did the right thing at the RNC.
After seeing the debate, everyone knows it's true. If we have 4 more years of Biden or a single day of Harris, our country will be badly worse off. For the sake of our nation, we have to go with Donald Trump.
I love that, too, how she's talking about Kamala Harris, because, you know, Kamala Harris, even the president yesterday, when he was talking to the NAACP, you know what Joe Biden said? He said that Kamala Harris might at one point be the president of the United States. And obviously that worries a lot of people, because for Kamala Harris, the American people clearly don't like her. So Nikki Haley stating the absolute obvious, and that is if you want to inspire the American people to vote for Donald Trump, just invoke the name of Kamala Harris like Joe Biden did yesterday.
Folks, I know what a black job is. It's the Vice President of the United States. She's not only a great Vice President, she could be President of the United States.
You know, it is kind of interesting, too, because you play that audio and you know that Democrats are face-palming, because listen to these headlines, just as it relates to Kamala Harris. This is from Newsweek. Kamala Harris's approval rating falls as talk of replacing Biden grows. So the more people are hearing about Kamala Harris, that's again from Newsweek, and I'm not going to get into all of the numbers. The headlines really do tell the story. The more that people find out about Kamala Harris, as her coverage grows, people realize that not only do they not like her, but word salad Kamala, she's been giving tasks within the Biden administration, and she just simply hasn't been able to fulfill the job. I mean, wasn't she supposed to be the border czar as you had millions of these folks coming across our southern border? Here's another one from the Texas Tribune. Among Texans, Kamala Harris is even less popular than Joe Biden. Politico. Voters have real doubts about Kamala Harris as a potential president, according to polling. And even the Washington Post opinion, Kamala Harris is no riskier for Democrats than Joe Biden. In other words, you look at the polling and you look at the views of Americans, everyone realizes that Kamala Harris would be a really, really bad president, just like Joe Biden has absolutely destroyed America over the past 3.5 years. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7. Thank you, Jeff. Scattered thunderstorms and a high of 86 today, and right now 78 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Of course, the assassination news is it's updating every single day. There's something new, and every day we hear more and more about how the Secret Service incredibly failed. And so coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, we are going to get into a bit of a deep dive on what we have found out regarding the Secret Service. There's some great audio out there as well from former snipers and former military heroes who are looking at the layout and what the Secret Service did, the advance on the grounds of the assassination scene, the attempted assassination scene, and how they completely missed that building, and how they left former President Donald Trump vulnerable by not watching that building, not protecting that building. And so we're finding out more and more about that. We'll get into that in the 6 o'clock hour here on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, it's 6:35. Matthew Hurt is going to be joining us, and it's 7:05. Matthew Hurt is going to be live from the RNC. Again, I'm playing you the audio, a very raucous evening in Milwaukee yesterday. That's going to continue today. Of course, everyone looking forward to what is going to be, no doubt, a great speech by former President Donald Trump. That is going to be on Thursday. So there's a lot to talk about. It's 7:05. We're going to speak to James Carafano, our old buddy from the Heritage Foundation. And you may have heard the news yesterday that Iran has been plotting to kill Donald Trump. Now, what I don't know is this new, because realize that Iran has been plotting to kill Donald Trump for years and years and years. And so I don't know if there is anything new to report on that, but we'll get an update from James Carafano at 7:06 here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. A couple of other real quick audio bites. Someone else who was very impressive last night was Vivek Ramaswamy. Now, I could spend the entire morning playing audio from old Vivek, trying to get him on the show, by the way. And he was out there and he gave an incredible speech at the RNC.
This time last year, I was a candidate for U.S. president, and I'm proud to say that I achieved the impossible, which is that most of you actually know how to say my name by now. So, so thank you for that.
Yeah, that was actually a great comment from Vivek Ramaswamy. And a lot of his commentary yesterday actually went viral. There's a lot of great things that he said last night at the RNC. This is a 2-minute cut. Do I have time to do this, Johnny? I'm going to run late already. Real quickly, this is a 2-minute cut from Vivek Ramaswamy last night at the RNC.
Because you know what? Fear has been infectious in this country, but courage can be contagious too. That too is what it means to be an American. And you know what? If you're at home and you disagree with everything I just said, our message to you is this. We will still defend to the death your right to say it, because that is who we are as Americans. We are the country where we can disagree like hell and still get together at the dinner table at the end of it. That is the America I know. That is the America we miss. We do not have to be ancient Rome. We don't have to be this nation in decline. We can still be a nation in our ascent. A nation whose best days, not in some fake politician way, but in a true way, a nation whose best days are actually still ahead of us. Still on our way to that shining city on a hill, that country where no matter who you are, or where your parents came from, or what your skin color is, or how long your last name is, that you will still get ahead in this country with your own hard work.
By the way, at some point today, we'll talk about the fact that Vivek Ramaswamy, his name is being thrown out as a replacement for J.D. Vance in the Senate there in Ohio. I didn't realize, maybe you did, but did you know that J.D. Vance and Vivek Ramaswamy, they're really good friends going back to college? And J.D. actually has a son named Vivek. So we're trying to get him on the show. You know, he was on the show about a year and a half ago maybe now, but I'm hoping to get him back as well to talk about his relationship with J.D. Vance, because it sounds like they're actually best friends. And so a big show ahead, 521 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Are you getting the internet connection you deserve? Now, if not, join me over at Xfinity, where you can get 5G home internet for half of what folks are paying with T-Mobile. Now, Xfinity provides reliable internet with the speed you need at a great value. You're going to get consistently fast speeds, even during peak hours, with a 99.9% network reliability. For the internet you deserve, follow me, Dan Mandis, to Xfinity. Great deal going on right now through July 25th. Get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract, and the equipment is included. That's 50% savings over T-Mobile's 5G home internet for your first year. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. Compares promotional pricing for Xfinity Connect Internet versus T-Mobile 5G home internet at $60 a month. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $56 a month, $522. Jay Harper, what's coming up in the news?
Well, Dan, we will have more, of course, on what you've been discussing about Nikki Haley, her speech last night at the GOP convention. Also, outside the convention site, out-of-town cops were forced to open fire, and a Middle Tennessee school may be installing some state-of-the-art technology to help deter school shootings. We'll fill you in on all that at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
And two
527, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. I'm sitting here, Johnny and Jay. I'm sitting here listening to some of this audio that I'm going to play at 5:35 during the Gang of Three Amigos. And it's a man on the street where he goes around and he's asking people, clearly delusional, about whether or not they believe that Donald Trump was actually shot and do they feel like it's a good thing. It is stunning to me that people actually think this way. But people are saying, number one, oh, we're so anti-Trump, we're glad that he got shot or that it's staged. And I just, have you ever in your life, Johnny, you ever actually come face to face with somebody who is this kind of a denier? Because I don't even know what you can say to somebody who is so delusional. I have no idea what you would say if somebody came up to you and said that the whole thing was staged. And so wait till you hear this audio. It's coming up at 5:35 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at Stoltz Co. Listen, if you don't have a pole barn in your life, you really need to think about it if you've got some land that you don't know what to do with. Yes, think about a pole barn from my friends at Stoltz Co. Now, they are the premier pole barn builders in Middle Tennessee. You know that putting up a pole barn from Stoltz Co., it could actually increase the value of your land big time. Now, you can use it as a garage, as an event space, as an equestrian building, or just live in it. Now, pole barns from Stoltz Co., they are flexible, and yes, they're built really well. They will stand the test of time. You could also plan ahead and build your retirement home. So call these folks at Stoltz Co. They are great. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-622-5992, a pole barn from Stoltz Co. It is going to be flexible. You can use it for just about anything. And again, they're built really well. You can find them on Instagram and Facebook. You can also find them online, STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com.
Good morning. It is, almost 5:30. We're coming up on that just a few seconds away. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Scattered clouds, 77 degrees, a complete forecast, and another traffic report are coming up. Former South Carolina governor and Trump primary rival Nikki Haley speaking on behalf of her party's nominee at the GOP convention in Milwaukee last night. ABC's Stephen Portnoy, he is there.
Nikki Haley told delegates Donald Trump has her strong endorsement, and she delivered this message to Republicans who supported her in the primaries.
You don't have to agree with Trump 100% of the time to vote for him.
Just months ago on the stump, Haley called Trump unhinged, toxic, and a magnet for chaos. But here, she said another term of Biden and Harris would be worse.
I'm here tonight because we have a country to save.
About a mile from the site of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, out-of-town police officers had to shoot and kill a man yesterday. ABC's Jim Ryan, he has the latest from Milwaukee.
Cameras worn by Columbus, Ohio police officers captured the moment that Sam Sharp Jr., armed with 2 knives, lunged at a second homeless man.
Drop the knife now! Drop it now!
Milwaukee Police Chief Jeffrey Norman.
Someone's life was in danger. These officers, who are not from this area, took upon themselves to act to save someone's life.
Homeless advocates are demanding an investigation.
Back in Middle Tennessee, a gunshot sensor could soon be installed in one of Rutherford County's schools. The county school board is scheduled to take a vote tonight about whether or not to install a gunshot sensor at Central Magnet High School. The devices detect sounds that could potentially be gunshots and tell police the approximate area that it came from, allowing for quicker responses to possible instances of gun violence. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather. They are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 532 WTN. Friends, if you're even thinking about getting new windows, now is the time to call my window company, Window Nation. Now, this is the company that put new windows in my home studio, and this is the company that I proudly endorse. Now, they've got a great deal going on right now for listeners to my show. You buy 2 windows, you're going to get 2 free, plus pay no interest or payments for 2 full years. Now, their installation teams, and I know because they've installed windows in my downstairs basement studio, they have over 10 years of experience. They can install in a day or less, and these amazing windows come with a lifetime warranty. And this is why thousands of homeowners have trusted Window Nation, including me. And they can help you out as well. So don't forget about that great opportunity right now. You're going to buy 2 windows. You're going to get 2 free. There is no limit, by the way. And pay no interest and make no payments for 2 full years. That number, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. You can find them online, windownation.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
.37 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, today scattered thunderstorms. The high of 86, right now 79 at WTN. Time for the Gang of Three Amigos, brought to you by My Patriot Supply. Prepare with Mandis.com. Johnny B is here. Morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Dan.
We have Ken Weaver out today. Jay Harper is here. Good morning, Jay.
Howdy, fellers.
All right, Jay, we got to talk after the show.
Yeah.
Not sure what the hell that was.
No, I missed you guys. Hadn't seen you in a while.
Yeah, it's like we're sitting around, cooking up some beans.
Can I tell you something, Jay? That whole howdy fellers thing is why you haven't seen us in a while.
Okay.
Howdy fellers.
See, that was actually funny. I made it funny, and it's only 5:37.
Wow. Hey, man. First time for everything.
Oh, look at Jay Harper. All right, well, you know what? After today, you're not going to see me for a while. Totally kidding. Whatever. All right, real quick. Johnny needs some audio. So this was a YouTuber guy, and he's off in a place actually that I know very well. Huntington Beach, California. And perfect place to speak to these kinds of people. He's asking them if, they believe that the Donald Trump assassination attempt was actually real, was it staged? What did they think?
False flag.
Yeah, false flag.
Somebody died and 2 people injured. What do you think about that? False flag. False flag.
I thought it was magnificently staged. It was professionally done. It almost looked real.
Wait. Staged by who?
Oh, by Mr. Trump, of course.
I think this whole thing is staged.
You think it was staged?
Yeah.
I just don't see that being the truth, but that's I'd rather just not make any comment.
Really quick, what are you talking about the truth? What do you mean? Oh, you just don't believe it was an assassination attempt?
No.
Please don't. We're so anti-Trump. I don't even want to.
Was it a bad thing, though? Was it a bad thing? Would you condemn it?
Was it a bad? She can't even say immediately, yeah, that was a bad thing. Shooting an American president she couldn't even just, I and no one on WTN, nobody that I would ever hang out with, no conservative that I have ever spoken to has said that they want Joe Biden dead.
No.
We may have said at times it seems like he's close to death.
Or he's already there.
Or he sounds like it, but...
Oh, that he got shot? Of course.
Yeah, right.
Of course, you don't do that.
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, that's really bad. Yeah, exactly. You don't do that.
Good.
Was it staged? Probably.
Staged?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think Trump maybe staged a fake assassination for support? So you just thought it was fake?
Of course.
One person died in the crowd, 2 critically injured. What happened there?
Small price. It wouldn't matter to Trump. Do you think he cares if people die for him to be elected? That doesn't mean anything to Trump.
So I see the country becoming very unified.
Yes.
You could just, it's oozing. Hey, everybody, let's have a kumbaya and dance naked around the fire. Is that what they do at a kumbaya, by the way? Dance?
I don't know. I have yet to experience that.
Yeah.
No.
Neither have I.
Anyway, so yeah, that's the kind of ilk that's out there.
God.
Yeah, that's California.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Jay, my friend. That is California. That is New York. That is Chicago.
True.
That's the Democrats.
Yeah.
You guys hear what happened to Tenacious D? You guys, first of all, does everybody know who Tenacious D is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jay, so Tenacious D is Jack Black, who is the actor.
Right.
And he's got like this, they're known as like a comedy rock band.
Yes.
I don't find them funny.
Comedy rock. What is that, a crock?
Sure.
Very good, Jay Harper.
So they are on stage in Australia. And Tenacious D is Jack Black and another guy by the name of Kyle Gass. And they were having a birthday party for Kyle, I guess, on stage, and they asked him what he wanted for his birthday or something. And he said something to the effect of, don't miss. Next time, don't miss when you fire on Donald Trump.
Lord.
Yeah.
He responded, don't miss Trump next time.
Yeah. Yeah, they sang a happy birthday to him, and that was his birthday wish.
That's his birthday wish. Don't miss Trump next time. And so now, of course, obviously, number one, they're doing this in Australia, which obviously is where they happened to be when all of this took place. But it's a horrific thing if you said it in Australia or right here in America. Jack Black was so horrified by what his bandmate there, Tenacious D, said, the Gus guy, that he has now canceled the rest of the tour. He canceled the rest of the tour. And as far as, working together with Kyle Gass again, he's not going to work with him apparently ever again. They said all creative endeavors are right now currently on hold.
Wow.
And they were supposedly best friends.
I guess.
Yeah.
But see, here's what I don't understand. And we all know that Jack Black, he is clearly progressive, and he was just at a fundraiser for Joe Biden, I think like a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
But how are you blindsided if they are best friends?
Yeah.
He was probably blindsided because he did it up on stage.
Yeah, he did it in public. Right.
But, and I don't want to impugn the fine name of Jack Black, but I would find it hard to believe that he was surprised by that comment by his bandmate.
Yeah, I would too. The only thing I can think of is that it shocked him that he said it publicly.
Yeah.
But see, the thing is, not only do people feel that way, but they think that they can say these things,
and
not face any kind of ramification or consequence.
Yeah, it's almost like their Dixie Chicks moment.
Yes.
To some degree.
This is worse.
This is, by all means, when you're endorsing the death of somebody, that's a little bit... a little bit more out there.
That's very bad taste.
And the funny thing is that there's a lot of people that feel this way. Either they think that it was staged, it didn't happen, or they're sad that it was real and that the former president wasn't taken out. And it's just astonishing to me. There are times and there's stories and there's moments where you think, this is how far America has devolved in our political discourse. And I don't know, has Donald Trump ever said anything about wanting people killed or anything like? No, he never has.
No.
So you have these people that are so incredibly warped and so incredibly, what's the right word? Delusional, that they think that it's okay to say these kinds of things. And so when my opening monologue was about unity and whether or not America could unite, I just don't think that we can. I don't see that happening, not where we are right now. If Trump gets back in office, that's an if. If Trump gets back in office, I think that, we might be able to unite. But there's always going to be that percentage of Americans that are just so incredibly out there and delusional and hateful about Trump. But I think that number of people that are delusional and they're just blinded by their hatred, I think that's a pretty sizable crowd.
Well, I think it's been going on a long time because you had the Hollywood liberals that put out a movie during the George W. Bush administration, which showed George W. Bush being assassinated. Yep. And this has been going on a long time with the left, especially with the Hollywood left. It seems like they really don't have any kind of good taste at all when it comes to anyone that disagrees with them. They want them off the planet.
Yeah, the cancel. Do you know what's funny too, by the way, is that where the calls, Jack Black himself actually ended Tenacious D. But you would think that the cancel culture would be out in full force, and the media and all the people on YouTube and social media and Twitter and X and all that, they would start canceling the Tenacious D in the band. So to me, it just seems like this is a little more acceptable these days. And that is actually kind of sad. Also, I've got some bad news.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Disney World has removed one of their beloved characters after more than 50 years over fears that it could offend alcoholics. This is where we are.
They're trying to offend us, Johnny? What are they?
Yeah, what? How can
have you guys? So I don't know if California, they have one in California and Florida.
Yeah.
But the Country Bear Jamboree.
Oh yeah.
So you guys remember that?
Oh sure.
I love
the Country Bears.
It's been gone for a while and now it's back. But they removed someone named, or a bear, animatronic, named Liver Lips McGrowl. You guys remember old Liver Lips?
Old Liver Lips.
I remember old Liver Lips.
Yep, same here.
New York Post. Disney World has removed a beloved character that has been a staple at the amusement park for over 50 years, as the character was deemed insensitive and outdated and, yes, could offend alcoholics.
We don't want to defend. Yeah. We don't want to offend all the alcoholics out there.
No. Apparently, they say McGrowl, whose name is considered derogatory and offensive, is associated with alcohol abuse and the resulting damage it does to the liver. Disney says the term liver lips, I guess, is also seen as a derogatory and offensive stereotype against Black Americans to describe the shape of their lips as sickly or unhealthy.
Oh, come on.
Have you?
Is that reaching or what? Who's ever heard of that? Who's ever thought of that besides these people, I guess?
I've never heard that is a derogatory term. Yeah. And you know what? Here's the deal. There's all kinds of movies out there that have alcoholics as caricatures.
Yes.
And they're just, they're characters and they're funny. I mean, wasn't there an alcoholic on Andy Griffith?
Oh, yeah, Otis.
Yeah, of course, Otis Campbell.
Otis.
Yes.
Otis the town drunk.
Yeah.
So Otis was the town drunk. Are we now going to start canceling,
Yeah, the only
Mayberry because of Otis the drunk?
Well, we don't want to hurt any alcoholics' feelings out there.
Well, and of course, he was the only married cast member.
Yeah.
That's why he's drunk.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly why he's drunk.
Well, Dan, on this date, you're speaking of Disney World. Disneyland opened on this date, 1955.
Wow.
Really?
In Anaheim, California.
I had no idea.
Ah.
I went to Disneyland so much my kids got tired of going. I was actually talking to I said to my daughter, this is just when we were in the Outer Banks, when we're talking about the fact that they grew tired of Disneyland. I said, yeah, you didn't have a lot of privilege growing up, did you?
Hey, we're going to Disneyland. Oh, Dad, again?
Not again.
Not again.
Man, if I got to see that stinking mouse one more time.
I said, don't you want to see Liver Lips McGrowl?
It might be your last chance.
The funny thing is that the Country Bear Jamboree, I remember my dad. This is because I grew up in California and have been to Disneyland a million times. And my dad would always try to drag me to the stupid Country Bear Jamboree. I would never let him take me. It's the dumbest thing ever. Like, have you ever actually seen it? Go on YouTube and check out old Liver Lips McGrowl. They're really, there's nothing to it.
Yeah. Maybe that's why he drank.
Yeah.
Maybe that is why he drank. I don't know.
He had limited talent.
And he knew he had limited talent. That's why he had to hoist a few.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I got to tell you that Disneyland, just back to what you're saying, Jay, about how many years is it?
1955. So, almost, 70 years almost.
Yeah.
You guys, now, John, I know you have not been to Disneyland, correct?
Yeah, I have.
You have been to Disneyland?
I've been to the one in California.
Favorite ride?
Gosh, I was young.
Pirates of the Caribbean, right here. Pirates of the Caribbean and Thunder Mountain.
Okay.
Jay, you ever been?
Yes, I was 7 years old, and ironically, I was my mom and dad and I were there the day that RFK was shot.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Talk about
in Los Angeles.
Talk about yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I know. I mean, so I was like 7 years old.
Yeah, that's about the age I was, and I punched Sneezy in the nose.
You punched Sneezy in the nose?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I wanted something, the nose was sticking out there, and I just hauled off.
I don't know. Was that the inspiration for, the Wally World punching,
It may have been.
Yeah.
May have been.
One of my big memories of Disneyland, of course, is going there as a kid, then taking my kids there, apparently far too much. But noticing the park, how it's changed over the years, and a lot of the woke stuff that is beginning to sort of seep into Disneyland is really kind of sad. Although what's fascinating is that they made Pirates of the Caribbean into this whole Jack Sparrow thing. Because of the movie.
Right.
Yeah,
well, doesn't Jack Sparrow, isn't he glorifying drunks too?
Exactly.
Well, yeah,
that's exactly what I was thinking.
In fact, it's based on Keith Richards.
It is. That's exactly right. Yeah. It's based on Keith Richards. So, I don't know. All right. It is 5:52, Nashville's Morning News. And coming up in the news, Jay Harper.
Yes, sir, Dan. More calls for unity at the GOP convention. Also, a big boom in New York City. And we'll have today's opening money news. All of that coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here. I want to tell you about my friends at My Patriot Supply. Things are getting crazier by the day. And the crazier things get, the more sense it makes to call my friends at My Patriot Supply. Now, here's the deal. The left wants to take away your freedoms and your rights. You need to protect yourself and your family because it is that self-reliance that they simply cannot take away. And that's where My Patriot Supply comes in. Emergency food is part of that self-reliance, and that is how I can help at preparewithmandis.com. Now, My Patriot Supply is the most trusted name in survival. Go to my website, preparewithmandis.com, and get your water filtration system, your charged solar generator, and yes, your emergency food. Go to preparewithmandis.com right now. You're going to save $200 on their best-selling 3-month emergency food kit. That is $200 off per kit, and they're going to throw in free shipping as well. It delivers over 2,000 calories per day, sealed inside practically unpierceable packaging. And yes, it does last up to 25 years. Go to preparewithmandis.com, save $200 per kit. Free shipping is included as well. Preparewithmandis.com. That's preparewithmandis.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
When hard times hit America. .556, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Okay, very busy next hour. A couple of things. There's great audio from CNN, where the anchor there at CNN is interviewing a guy by the name of Corey Mills. Corey is a congressman, but he's also former military, and he knows what it's like to prepare, for example, a presidential speech. And so he and the CNN anchor, they get in this massive debate about what went wrong last Saturday in Pennsylvania. So we're going to talk about that. Going to listen to the audio, that story for you. And we also have Matthew Hurd. He's going to be on with us at 6:35. He is out there at the RNC in Milwaukee, and we'll get his thoughts on yesterday and some great speeches and also what's going to happen today. It's all straight ahead on WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Good morning. We are coming up on 6 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top story. Scattered clouds, 78 degrees, a full forecast, and another traffic report are on the way. Donald Trump's former primary challenger, Nikki Haley, calling for party unity in a speech at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee last evening. The former South Carolina governor and UN ambassador had released her delegates to vote for Trump at the nominating convention. Former Haley delegate and New Hampshire State Senator Bill Gannon, he said he thought that Haley brought the party together with her speech.
She did a great job. I think she'll have a place in the administration. I think we're all coming together. We're going to dominate and knock out, be it Biden or whoever they put up.
Now let's head to the area around the Big Apple. A big boom made more than a few people in the New York City area look up and take some notice yesterday afternoon. ABC's Rhiannon Ally explains.
Judah Bergman says he saw a fireball shoot across the sky in New Jersey.
It was long and really, really fast.
NASA now confirming a small meteor flew over the New York City area, traveling 38,000 miles per hour. NASA says the meteor originated above New York City and passed over the Statue of Liberty before disintegrating above New Jersey.
Now back in Middle Tennessee, a juvenile died in a jet ski crash on Old Hickory Lake last night. Channel 4's Marius Payton has more.
A child died in a jet ski crash on Old Hickory Lake. The Wilson County Sheriff's Office says this happened at the Creighton Lane area around 4:30. The child was taken to the hospital where they died. An adult also involved in the crash was taken to the hospital. That person is expected to be okay. The victim's identity has not been released. The Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency is investigating the crash.
Turning now to the market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Find them online at beaconcm.com. Here is Brian Clark.
From ABC News, Wall Street now.
What do the markets have in store for an encore after Tuesday's trading saw the Dow soar 1.8% to a record close? The S&P 500 was up 0.6%. Its widespread rally led to its 38th all-time high this year. The Nasdaq was up 0.2%. American shoppers are still spending as retail sales in June were unchanged compared to May, according to the Commerce Department. That's despite slower sales at gas stations and auto dealerships, but it defied expert expectations of slowing sales. German sportswear giant Adidas now says a better than expected second quarter has it raising its yearly outlook to more than $1 billion in profits. Adidas points to strong sales of its Samba and Gazelle sneakers. And Elon Musk now says the headquarters of both SpaceX and his social network X will leave California and move to Texas.
Now let's check the futures ahead of the opening bell. The Dow futures down 63, S&P 500 down 42, and the Nasdaq futures down 255. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather. They are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
6:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to your Wednesday, July 17th. Hope you're doing well. I am Dan Mandis, along with Johnny B. J. Harper in for Ken Weaver. So clearly the Republicans are unified, and if they're not unified, they're getting there very quickly with the RNC. Coming up at 6:36, we are going to have Matthew Hurt, who has been live for us from the RNC in Milwaukee all week long, and that continues today at 6:36. Now, panic bells are going off. Alarm bells are going off within the Democrat Party for a number of different reasons. But here's something that aired last night. This was on CNN. And Jake Tapper is actually talking about some polling that has just come out.
And it shows, first of all, there's a early July polling that has already been reported on showing that President Biden is losing ground to Donald Trump in 14 key states across the country. This includes not only the 5 that Biden flipped against Trump in 2020, that's Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. But in addition, post-debate, it's like Waterloo. He's vulnerable in Colorado. He's vulnerable in Minnesota. He's vulnerable in Maine. He's vulnerable in New Mexico and Virginia and New Hampshire.
So that is what they're reporting on CNN. And you look at the numbers. Because, we were talking about this, and we have been since Saturday, with the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Would he get a bump in the polling? Now, some polling outfits have said, yes, he has received a post-assassination attempt bump, others saying not so much. But here's what Real Clear Politics shows, just very briefly. On the general election, Donald Trump versus Joe Biden, Trump is up by 2. When you throw in all of the other candidates, it's Trump up by 4. General election, Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris, Trump is up by 4. And President Joe Biden's job approval rating, his disapproval rating is at 56%. And so he is Joe Biden is underwater everywhere. And then you look at the polling regarding the battleground states, and this is where this gets really important. In Arizona, Trump up 5.7. Georgia, Trump is up 3.9. Michigan, Trump is up 1.3. Nevada, Trump is up by 5. North Carolina, Trump and Biden, you've got Trump up 5.4. Pennsylvania, 4.5 in favor of Donald Trump. And in Wisconsin, Donald Trump is up by 3. And so everywhere you look, it is bad news for Joe Biden. But he swears that he is going to stay in no matter what. So whether you've got the polling post-debate, the polling before the debate, now, of course, we have the situation with the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. And I just don't see where the Democrats go at this point because Joe Biden insists that he's not going anywhere. Interview after interview after interview, he says that he is not going anywhere. So that is where we stand on the polling. I didn't want to bury you in a bunch of numbers. Just really interesting. Now, Joe Biden was speaking in the NAACP yesterday, and it was a speech that was just, he was shouting. This is a true story. I'm watching the speech. I'm working downstairs in my basement studio, and I've got the TV on, but the volume's down. But I looked to my left, and Joe Biden, he's like scowling during this speech. He's scowling, and I can tell that he's yelling. And so the first thing I said was, oh, well, okay, you've got, Screaming Joe, random Screaming Joe is back, and he was speaking to the NAACP, and this is one audio bite that he said that got a lot of folks' attention.
Folks, I know what a black job is. It's the Vice President of the United States. She's not only a great Vice President, she could be President of the United States.
So, of course, that got the attention of many folks in the media, Republicans as well. And I just told you the polling for Trump versus Kamala Harris. Donald Trump would also beat Kamala Harris if the election were held today. But obviously, a lot of the polling out there is different depending on who is doing the polling. Now, there's a lot going on as far as the investigation into Saturday's assassination attempt of Donald Trump. Now, Alejandro Mayorkas, he was asked about this the other day, and he gave this answer, talking about the Secret Service director.
So let me just say this. First of all, that is preposterous, and it is also dangerous to propagate rumors that are so unequivocally false and provocative.
All right, so, and he's responding to the question about whether or not this was an inside job or whatever. I mean, that's what he's responding to. And again, he said it is preposterous and all of those other things. Kimberly Cheadle gives the unbelievable interview to ABC News. She, of course, you know by now, she is the head of Secret Service under Joe Biden. Her boss is, believe it or not, you just heard him, Alejandro Mayorkas. And so she's now had this interview, and every time this woman speaks, I'm telling you, there's more questions that need to be answered. She's not helping herself. Here's one of the things that she said. It happened so quickly.
I'm being told that the shooter was actually identified as a potential person of suspicion. Units started responding to seek that individual out. Unfortunately, with the rapid succession of how things unfolded, by the time that individual was eventually located, they were on the rooftop and were able to fire off at the former president.
Well, all right, so the reports are that they had this guy in their sights for up to 25 to 30 minutes. They knew that this guy was suspicious and that witnesses were screaming about this before it happened. So it doesn't seem to me like this happened so quickly. The cops were actually inside the building, and they were monitoring this guy until they lost him. That's also a big part of the discussion this morning. She's also being mocked for this sloped roof comment. The sloped roof is the reason the roof wasn't secure. Listen to this.
Should that roof have been secure, period?
That building in particular has a sloped roof at its highest point. And so, you know, there's a safety factor that would be considered there, that we wouldn't want to put somebody up on a sloped roof. And so, you know, the decision was made to secure the building from inside.
So, I mean, people are mocking this answer. The shooter himself got up there and was able to almost within less than an inch, almost was able to take out an American president. Sloped roof and all. So that's number one. Number two, these members of law enforcement, many have military experience. And so you mean to tell me that they couldn't have secured that roof, even guarding the outside of the building so no one would climb up the side of the building? I mean, her answers are just painfully bad. And there's other buildings that were secured by law enforcement that had the same slope. There's also the photo of law enforcement on the roof after the guy was shot and killed. So they were somehow able to make it onto the roof after the shooting, but not before. So you see how all of this just seems so incredibly unbelievable. And so then Alejandro Mayorkas, you know, he gets up, all angry and stuff and saying, well, don't be ridiculous, when somebody merely poses the question about whether or not there is something untoward within the Secret Service.
We will be transparent both internally with my own folks and externally with members of Congress and with the American public.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how transparent they are because there's a lot of questions that need to be answered, and so far, they're not answering them. Instead, they're basically just saying that we're investigating and we'll let you know when we know something new. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you, Jeff. Scattered thunderstorms today, a high of 86, 77 now on WTN. Corey Mills is a congressman, and he also, out of Florida, he's an Army combat veteran who knows all about tactical and strategic ways to protect a president. And he made news yesterday for, frankly, stating the obvious. He was on CNN talking about the shooting and suggesting this may have been a setup. And part of that story is that the CNN host very strongly reacted, and in my opinion, irrationally, to what the congressman was saying. The CNN host, by the way, is Kate Bullion.
But if I have a building 160 yards perfectly adjacent to the stage, that's an obvious threat, especially with an elevated position that has overwatch. That's a sniper's paradise. And, we talk about eagle sets. You also have, which no one talks about, but the water tower.
So what I'm hearing from you is it's not a failure on the ground for sure, but 100%. Also a failure in advance?
I think it's a failure in advance. I think it's a failure to have the counter snipers to be able to establish their range fit and their sketch maps.
Yeah, so advance is when they, in advance of the event, they come in and they look at all of the threats and all the vulnerabilities and they plot out what they're going to do on that day. And of course, we've seen the stories that this guy had been spotted by law enforcement close to 30 minutes before the shooting, that people were screaming at them, at the law enforcement and Secret Service, that there was this guy on the roof of the building. And so Mills says that there clearly were mistakes made. And he says that these mistakes are so bad that, yes, it is suspicious.
I've done thousands of advances. I've done thousands of counter sniper operations with our teams in Iraq and Afghanistan, etc. The amount of negligence, the amount of mistakes that was made here, I have a very difficult time not leaning myself towards this was intentional as opposed to fecklessness.
Wait, talk to me about that. I actually heard you say this right the day after, which I wanted to ask you about. What do you mean intentional?
I
mean an intentional failure on the part of...
No, I wouldn't say an intentional failure on the part of, but I got to just, I sit here and I scratch my head. You don't want to be the conspiracist. You don't want to be the person.
I'm telling you, because that's what it's leaning towards.
No, I know. And that's the issue, is that you walk this fine balance of, you're not trying to be a conspiracist, but you look at it and you go, how could this have gone so...
But it's one thing if someone on the street says it. It's not, you, Corey Mills, member of Congress, former sniper, you saying it, it makes my eyebrows go up. When you say you're walking the line on this, intentional?
Listen, it's not a conspiracy theory to ask questions. And don't forget that oftentimes when we're called conspiracy theorists, we end up being right. That has been proven time and time again. So I myself, I don't sort of cower from the whole, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist kind of person. And again, if we want to make sure this doesn't happen again, well, then we need to ask the questions that Corey Mills is asking.
I look back at it and I'm thinking, all right, for an individual, if you looked at the escalations and how they are trying to approach him, let's just say that it was like, okay, first we want to censor and silence you, then we want to indict and imprison you. Now we're attempting to kill you and take you off the stage.
So let's slow down.
Please.
I'm hearing two things from you. I don't want to jump ahead of things, but I'm also hearing you jumping ahead of things.
Well, actually, I'm just looking at all the different possible capabilities. One of the things as a military member, one of the things as a person who's running the special operations communities before, one of the people who's actually done this is that you look at all potential analysis, right?
Donald Trump and his team have said,
No, I agree.
Dial it back. Do not blame this on Joe Biden.
Oh, well, actually, I didn't say Joe Biden. To be completely
Who's the
clear.
they then? Let's be very specific.
Well, that's what the investigation has to do.
See that you'll notice, and I am always suspicious when people don't want you to ask questions. And I bet you Corey Mills is like that as well. You ever wonder why is it that we just can't have simple conversations about certain things? Back during COVID, you couldn't talk about the effectiveness of masks. Otherwise, you wanted to kill people. Turned out a lot of folks were right, questioning the effectiveness of those masks. We weren't allowed to talk about where COVID came from. Turns out we were more than likely right. We weren't allowed to talk about the possible side effects of vaccines or whether or not they were necessary for all Americans. Media didn't want that to be discussed either. Goes on and on. I know that you folks know this. And so this anchor, she's just trying to derail what Corey Mills is saying.
I look back at it and I'm thinking, all right, for an individual, if you looked at the escalations and how they are trying to approach him, let's just say that it was like, okay, first we want to censor and silence you, then we want to indict and imprison you. Now we're attempting to kill you and take you off the
stage. Let's slow down.
Please.
I'm hearing two things from you. I don't want to jump ahead of things, but I'm also hearing you jumping ahead of things.
And again, he says that's why we need an investigation.
You are saying this is so basic that how big the screw up was, that's what's leading your brain down this road?
That's exactly right, in a way. But because here's the other thing. Let's just say it's a resource.
Tom Emmer was just on with me, and he said very specifically to me, I wrote it down. He said very clearly, it is too early to be talking about who is at fault and who is responsible.
That's why an investigation is necessary.
Is it not dangerous? Is it not reckless to even be throwing around the word intentionally.
So to question things as we do an investigation is recklessness, because at that point, then should we never question anything? My point is this.
I'm not trying to be PC. My point is in the political environment that we are in.
All right, so that's how that conversation went. Made a lot of headlines yesterday. And by the way, I will also remind you that 51 intelligence officials also said the laptop from hell was fake and Russian disinformation. We actually found out that it was true. So what they say doesn't necessarily impress me all that much. It is 6:22 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. It is an election year. I bet you're wondering if you're invested for the future. Well, why don't you get with Paul Winkler? He can get you the answers that you need. Now, Paul has been on the radio here in Middle Tennessee for nearly 20 years, and he and his team, they're all former investment brokers, insurance agents, and one was even a securities attorney who worked for one of those big financial companies. They know the investing world inside and out, and they're ready to put that knowledge to work for you. Check it out, paulwinkler.com. His entire team is there on his website. Now, these folks are fee-based. In other words, no commissions, which means they're not trying to sell you something. They want to teach you how to relax about money. Tell him Dan told you to reach out. 615-851-1950. 615-851-1950. You can find them online, paulwinkler.com. 6:23, and we've got Jay Harper here coming up with the news at 6:30. What's up?
Yeah, Dan, well, a big night at the GOP convention this evening as the VP candidate is going to be speaking. And, the Democratic opponent for president, that would be the incumbent, Joe Biden, he's in Nevada today. And will Elon Musk be putting the X in Texas? We'll have those stories at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
6:29, Nashville's Morning News coming up after the news. Matthew Hurt is going to join us. He's out at the RNC in Milwaukee. Looking forward to that. Loan Pronto, Dan Mandis here. How would you like to be debt-free from car loan debt, no credit card debt, no personal loans? Loan Pronto can make that happen with an Equity Express line of credit. Now, you can tap into that equity in your home today and save you money on those high-interest loans. Yes, homeowners are turning that home equity into cash almost instantly these days with Loan Pronto's AI-based system. It only takes about 10 minutes, and yes, it is really easy. There's no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle, just relief from those high-interest payments. Call them right now to get started. That phone number is 615-499-5780. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval.
Good morning. It is 6:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Partly sunny, 77 degrees, a wet forecast coming up, as well as a traffic report. The Republican nominee for vice president makes his acceptance speech tonight. ABC's Stephen Portnoy, he reports from the site of the GOP convention in Milwaukee.
While his memoir of his working-class upbringing brought him renown, James David Vance is still unknown to most of America. Tonight, here in this hall, J.D. Vance will have something of a national debut as he makes his case for Donald Trump's re-election and for his own ascension to the second highest office in the land.
President Biden, he's wrapping up a two-day campaign swing in Nevada today, hoping to fend off calls to end his campaign.
Biden faces more challenges within his own party, unhappy with his debate performance. Some lawmakers have now drafted a letter calling on the Democratic National Committee to delay a virtual roll call for Biden's nomination in the coming days, arguing it would shut down the possibility of picking another candidate. In audio obtained by ABC News, California Congressman Adam Schiff privately warned donors he thinks Democrats could be wiped out in November if Biden is at the top of the ticket.
That's ABC's Lionel Moisey reporting. Elon Musk, he's saying adios to California, the billionaire pledging to relocate the headquarters of two of his companies, SpaceX and X, to Texas, in part because of a new law concerning kids and gender. ABC's Andrew Dembert has more.
Elon Musk says the move is in response to a California law just signed by Governor Gavin Newsom. It bars school districts from requiring staff to notify parents if their child changes their gender identity. Musk calling the law the final straw. The governor responding, posting an old tweet from former President Trump denigrating Musk. Newsom adding the caption, "You bent the knee." The news comes one day after the Wall Street Journal reported Musk plans to donate $45 million per month to a pro-Trump super PAC.
That is the latest news. Traffic and weather, they are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you very much, Jay. At 6:32, I love my friends. It's Zero Res. I'm a client. I have been for years with kids and dogs in the house, clean carpets. Really important to me and the family, so Zero Res is important to us. Now, they clean with powered water, no soap, no residue, no harsh chemicals, just soft, fluffy carpets that are going to stay clean longer. And they've got a great deal going on right now. If you need to get your carpets cleaned, listen to me close. Right now, a great deal. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $99, $100 off of air duct cleaning as well, using promo code FRESH100. You know, Zero Res is rated the #1 cleaning system by an independent testing lab. I can tell you that Zero Res is #1 in my house. And don't forget that great deal. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $99, and you're going to get $100 off of air duct cleaning using promo code FRESH100. Restrictions may apply. Call them today, 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376. Always tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Book online, ZeroResNashville.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
.637 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in, along with Johnny B. and Jay Harper in for Ken Weaver. Dan Mandis here indeed. A lot going on today in America. Last night was a moment of unification for the Republican Party.
I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period.
That is, of course, Nikki Haley, and want to welcome on into the program Matthew Hurt, who is our grassroots political analyst, and in Milwaukee. Matthew, how are you? And I don't know if there were any surprises with Nikki Haley's speech last night, but I'm sure the place was buzzing. It sounded like even Donald Trump gave her a standing ovation.
Dan, this is exactly what we previewed at the beginning of the week, that Donald Trump was going to unify the Republican Party at the convention. And despite a few boos at the beginning, Nikki Haley was very well received. Her speech was energizing. She brought the stage energy that she brings when she was running for the nomination, and she was very well received. And people really appreciate that. Republican grassroots activists, as I've said on this show before, she needed to give her supporters permission to vote for Donald Trump. And this was the strongest of any of her statements to date on the convention floor. And of course, according to the ratings, Fox News, which is covering this, from beginning to end, millions and millions of more Americans are seeing these convention events each night than any other cable news program. And so millions of Americans are tuning in and paying attention to what's happening on the convention stage this week.
Well, and that's just the television ratings. I mean, then you look at all the video clips on YouTube and so forth, and there's definitely a lot of watchable moments. I've actually been spending, part of my day after I get off the air here watching in the afternoon the festivities there in Milwaukee. And I got to tell you that even though I'm a guy who's definitely, I like politics and all this, I typically don't necessarily watch the RNC as much as I have this year. And I think part of it is because you've got some magnificent speakers. I mean, yes, you had Nikki Haley. You also had Vivek Ramaswamy. You had Sarah Huckabee Sanders and a whole bunch of other folks Ron DeSantis. And I guess part of my question is, are these speakers, former Trump rivals, are they auditioning for cabinet positions?
Well, anytime you have a giant stage production like this, any of these individuals are eminently qualified for a number of cabinet positions or other appointments. They could be on the short list. They may have been on the list last time. Ben Carson spoke last night, and he was Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. We have all of those opportunities as Donald Trump's team begins to build out the leadership structure and then goes into the thousands of political positions which are appointed by the president, oftentimes confirmed by the Senate or in other capacities. And so, there are auditions on stage every night for the policies of the various divisions and departments, administrations, and certainly I suspect that Donald Trump and his team, should he win in November, and I think there's a good chance of that, should he make it across the finish line, these individuals are top of the list for candidates for appointments and other opportunities.
When Trump won the first time, I think there were some concessions he made to the Republican Party. And so this time, if he does win, I don't know if he's going to be so quick to make any concessions. I think this is going to be an entire team of his choosing, because now it seems like the Republican Party is making concessions for Trump.
Well, what you see on the back end, so 3 times a year, the Republican National Committee meets. It's like the board of directors for the Republican Party. And what we've seen over the last 8 years, since Donald Trump first came down the escalator, I guess almost 9 years ago, is that the Republican Party infrastructure has really lined up behind Donald Trump. Members of the committee man, committee woman, and state party chairman, most of them are, I would say, very fervent Donald Trump supporters. So as far as the infrastructure goes, they're very supportive of Donald Trump, and the party is reflective of the America First policy agenda, which is what we see in a Josh Hawley or a J.D. Vance and other people who have gotten elected over the last 8 years running on an America First platform.
One of the things I thought was, really well done yesterday, and by the way, just the orchestration of everything. I mean, I don't know if there's been any mistakes at all during the production of the RNC. But one of the things that I find interesting is, they're going personal, and they're really talking about some of these folks who are within Trump's orbit. They're talking about their experience working in the first Trump administration. For example, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I thought she sounded incredible.
I endured relentless attacks from the left. I was insulted as a guest at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. My family was denied service and kicked out of a restaurant. And a parent at my 3-year-old son's preschool spit on my car. And in those moments, it was President Trump who defended me. And when an MSNBC host, the author of several books on empowering women, said I was unfit to be a mother, and another MSNBC host said I was vile, not even human, and that I should be choked, MSNBC again did nothing. But our president pulled me aside, looked me in the eye, and said, Sarah, you're smart, you're beautiful, you're tough, and they attack you because you're good at your job. Never let them stop fighting.
And Matthew, the reason I played that very long cut is because I think it's emblematic of what was happening in Milwaukee at the RNC. And so it seems like the unifying that Trump is doing certainly is unifying the Republican Party. But my question for you coming up after the traffic, are they going to be able to unify or unite the rest of the country with them? Details straight ahead, 6:45, time to check the roads. Thank you, Jeff. Scattered thunderstorms and a high of 86 and 77 now at WTN. Matthew Hurt is joining us, our grassroots political analyst. He is live from Washington, live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin at the RNC. So I've got to ask, Matthew, clearly the Republicans are united. I think that the assassination attempt of Donald Trump really did help to solidify that unity. But now the question is, when you hear all of these people saying that we need to dial down the temperature and we've got to watch our tone and all of these other things, well, it seems like the Republicans are doing that, but I don't know, it seems like the Democrats simply are not.
Well, what we've seen outside of the convention this week, the Florida judge dismissed criminal classified documents case against Trump. We saw the conviction by the jury of New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez. The media, the news cycle has lined up for the Republican Party in a way that we have not seen probably ever this week, inside the convention and outside the convention. We have Ohio Senator J.D. Vance speaking tonight. Donald Trump will have to make the case tomorrow night, Thursday night prime time, that he can unify the country. And as you and I have talked about on this show now probably a dozen times, more and more Americans are looking at Joe Biden and they're saying, what on earth have we done? And I think if Donald Trump, and he said, we scrapped the speech over the weekend, I'm rewriting the speech, and tomorrow night, Thursday night primetime, we'll see it. I think Donald Trump has the capacity to give a unifying speech that brings people from across the political spectrum together. And if he can do that, the post-convention bounce, which we see Republican and Democratic nominees get at the end of each convention, I think that bounce will be sustaining heading into what can only be 4 weeks of uncertainty and chaos for Joe Biden and the Democrats. And so that's the opportunity. Unifying speech contrasted with the still uncertainty and chaos of whether or not Joe Biden is going to be the nominee and be able to run in November.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't deny, if you're Joe Biden, they can't deny that he has issues with his memory. He's got physical issues. He's got issues with the polling. Do you think that they're being honest with Joe Biden when he looks at Lester Holt or he looks at George Stephanopoulos and he denies the polling that's out there and he believes that he's the most popular president ever?
It's a tough question. In a political atmosphere, especially for a candidate or a political figure, they tend to surround themselves with people who will promulgate and boost their image or their agenda. And so it would be very hard to have a conversation inside the White House. If you're a White House staffer, to say, President Biden, I think you're probably not on the right direction. That is a conversation for the family to have, and it is clear in reporting post-debate performance that the family, Dr. Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and anyone else, is not willing to have that conversation. And so it is very hard to shape a man's reality if nobody else around him will accept the reality. And so I think that's a little bit of what we're seeing from the Biden family. And that is keeping him in the race. It is preventing him from making an informed decision that would relieve the Democratic Party of the Biden candidacy and give them an opportunity to select someone else.
There have been a lot of folks within the Republican Party not fans of J.D. Vance. I know that there have been, behind the scenes, there are some folks that weren't real happy with him. Do you think that the party is going to, by and large, coalesce around J.D. Vance? Does he have enough support? I mean, I don't necessarily think it matters because Trump is the guy, but J.D. Vance has had some critics. I like him. He wasn't my first choice, but I like him, and I like him a lot. Is he going to be able to win everybody over tonight with his speech?
Anecdotally, we have an alternate delegate here in Virginia, a guy who's not particularly involved in politics, and he serves in the armed forces. I've spent a lot of time with him this week, and he said he didn't like J.D. Vance at first because of all the anti-Trump stuff leading up to 2016 and sort of in that era. And he said, but if Donald Trump endorsed him, I'm backing him too. And I think that's what we're going to see. I think we'll see grassroots Republicans, conservatives, people who may have looked over J.D. Vance because of past statements or policy positions, and they're saying, we'll give him a second look because Donald Trump has. And what we've seen from the convention stage is a number of stories of people who have given Donald Trump a second look and have come over and joined the cause.
I think it was you and I, Matthew, we spoke yesterday about how J.D. Vance, I know I did it in a monologue, J.D. Vance is emblematic of a lot of Americans who hated Donald Trump, and now they love Donald Trump. I mean, that's just bottom line. So he's actually very relatable to a lot of Americans because of, just as I said, he turned around. And Donald Trump changed a lot of minds, and he turned America around. And so, well, we'll see if he can do it again if he wins the election. Matthew, how can people follow you on Twitter?
I'm on Twitter at Matthew Hurt, MatthewHurtt.
All right, Matthew, thank you very much. Always appreciate having you on. Hope to have you on tomorrow as well at the same time. Listen, friends, I hope you never have to call United Structural Systems, because that means that you don't have any issues with your foundation or concrete. But if you do have problems like I did, you need USS on your side, like I do. Now, this is the company I turn to for all things foundation, concrete, and waterproofing. I just had them out this month to fix some problems at my house. Now, we saw those classic signs that we had a problem with our foundation, the dreaded cracks in my bricks. Now, you might end up with windows and doors that stick or separating drywall. But for me, they came out, they gave me an estimate, and I thought the estimate was fair. They did the work quickly and professionally, and they've been in business here in Middle Tennessee 30 years, serving customers across, of course, Middle Tennessee and beyond. Now, we guarantee our best. Call USS at 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. You can find them online, USSTN.com. 6:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The news with Jay Harper is coming up. And Jay, what is coming up?
Yeah, Dan, former GOP presidential candidates, they are calling for party unity in Milwaukee tonight at the Republican convention, a high-profile speech. And something disturbing happening outside the Republican convention site. We'll fill you in on that and more at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
6:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, coming up after the news at about 7:05, 7:06, James Carafano is going to join us from the Heritage Foundation. And we heard yesterday the Secret Service, they were actually able to uncover an assassination plot of former President Donald Trump. So we're going to get his opinion on that and a whole lot more straight ahead. Again, James Carafano with the Heritage Foundation. It is 6:56 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. By the way, we do have the super text line. It is open. I'm reading what you're texting in. Please text 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Good morning. It is 7 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Partly sunny, 77 degrees, but look for a change in the weather, a full forecast, and traffic coming up in just a few minutes. Donald Trump's former primary challengers, Nikki Haley and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, spoke at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee yesterday. Haley calling for party unity. The former South Carolina governor and UN ambassador put up the strongest challenge to Mr. Trump in the primaries. and she's now released all of her delegates to vote for Trump at the nominating convention. ABC's Jonathan Karl, he is in Milwaukee.
There is nothing unusual in American politics about primary rivals coming around to endorse the winner. That's been a staple at national conventions forever. But this is something different when you look at what those people that spoke last night have said about him. Nikki Haley said just days after the attack on the Capitol that Trump let us down. We shouldn't have followed him. We shouldn't have listened to him. And we can't ever let that happen again.
Tonight, the Republican convention picks up national defense as its theme, but the highlight, says ABC's Jim Ryan, in Milwaukee is expected to be the speech by J.D. Vance, the number 2 on the GOP ticket in November.
As he did Monday and Tuesday, former President Donald Trump will sit off to the side as J.D. Vance makes his debut. Delegates have been watching Trump.
There wasn't a lot of bravado in his body language, so I thought,
Delegate Georgine Ferris of Washington State says Trump may be feeling the physical effects of last Saturday's attempt on his life, or
a brush with death can just give you a pensive and contemplative attitude, you know.
On Thursday, Trump himself will address the convention.
Well, about a mile from that convention site in Milwaukee, out-of-town police officers shot and killed a man yesterday. And again, here is Jim Ryan with that story from Milwaukee.
Cameras worn by Columbus, Ohio police officers capture the moment that Sam Sharp Jr., armed with 2 knives, lunged at a second homeless man.
Drop the knife now! Drop it now!
Milwaukee Police Chief Jeffrey Norman.
Someone's life was in danger. These officers, who are not from this area, took upon themselves to act to save someone's life.
Homeless advocates are demanding an investigation.
Here in Middle Tennessee, a gunshot sensor could soon be installed at one of Rutherford County's schools. The Rutherford County School Board, they're scheduled to take a vote this evening about whether or not to install a gunshot sensor at Central Magnet High School. The devices detect sounds that could potentially be gunshots and tell police the approximate area where it came from, allowing for quicker responses to possible instances of gun violence. We now turn to the market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. You can find them online at beaconcm.com. All right, let's get to the futures before the opening bell. Dow futures down 92, S&P 500 down 54, and NASDAQ futures down 316. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
7:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open at 615-737-9986. Somebody says, Dan, you've got to play the audio from this Madeleine Brame who lost her son to violent criminals in New York City from last night's RNC. I will. It is magnificent, and I'm going to play that coming up here on Nashville's Morning News. Right now, though, James Carafano is joining us from the Heritage Foundation, foreign policy expert and analyst, and our guest. James, always great to have you on. I wanted to have you on the second I heard that there's a story out there about how Iran was plotting to assassinate former President Donald Trump. It hit the headlines yesterday, and I really wasn't surprised by that. I kind of thought that was an ongoing thing with Iran and American presidents. But talk about your feelings on that.
Right. Can I just say, because I just want to say this, I'm talking in Nashville where they should have had the Republican National Convention. Can I just say that?
Oh my gosh. You don't even get us started here in Nashville on that. I could go on for an hour on that. So thank you, James. I appreciate that. We all agree here at WTN, our very liberal city council, though, they've had other ideas. Anyway, go ahead.
2028. All right. So you're right. The Iranians have long had a covert policy of consciously trying to assassinate American political opponents in the United States. People may forget that they actually planned on killing the Saudi ambassador by actually blowing up a restaurant that I go to all the time. And they often try to do this through surrogates. They do it on the cheap. They don't have, Carlos the Jackal or something. They literally they've tried to hire cartels. They've tried to hire gangs, losers, anybody that would do this for them. So that's not news. So you're right. So my first and most, to me, the most startling thing was the White House kind of rolls this out in the wake of the assassination attempt of the president, and they throw on this, and that's why we actually increase security on Donald Trump's detail. And to me, the most shocking thing of all of that is, okay, so you're telling me that you've actually increased the security because you're basically trying to push blame away and say, we even knew there were active threats out there. Well, we had two massive, glaring, unforgivable operational failures in Pennsylvania. And if that's increased security, dude, that makes me more angry at the Secret Service, not less.
Well, that's what I've been, confused by all that, because, of course, on Saturday, we were told, and there's part of the storyline, that Trump had asked for more security. It was denied, and Secret Service, I guess, came back and they said, oh, no, he's got plenty of security. Well, then you really shanked it. And so part of what I thought was going on was the headline is U.S. Secret Service in recent weeks had increased Donald Trump's security detail. And so part of what I think is going on, too, is they're trying to redeem the Secret Service. And they're trying to, help them out a little bit, because clearly they are spiraling these days because of what happened in Pennsylvania. And I mean, everybody that is like you, like a James Carafano, experts in these kinds of things, I mean, y'all say a lot of the same things, which is, okay, so you didn't have any law enforcement on the roof where the sniper was because it was a sloped roof. And it's like, okay, well, other buildings that did have law enforcement had the same slope. You had no problem getting up there after the guy tried to shoot the president. And he himself, the would-be assassin, had no problem with the sloped roof. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, from your vantage point, James Carafano, is any of their story believable?
Right. So there's two things about the Iran story which just show how these guys are literally Keystone's cops. You just perfectly outlined one, which is it's a cover your butt story, because these kinds of threats are out there all the time. And you roll this out to make an argument, oh no, we were trying to protect the president, which absolutely totally makes a failure even more inexcusable. So it actually doesn't help their case and it actually worsens their case because they're trying to cover up. The second thing, which we're not talking about, is yes, these are active threats against American officials all the time. And while these active threats against American officials all the time, well, literally the Iranian government is trying to kill former U.S. officials, the Biden administration has been actively trying to engage with the Iranian regime and buy them off and give them money and empower them. So what they're actually doing in kind of highlighting this Iranian story is, one, making excuses for something that's inexcusable, but two, they're highlighting it's like, you've given these guys billions of dollars and their thank you is to try to kill people in the United States. Really?
Yep.
So look, these guys are, I mean, it's beyond, look, there is, and I'm somebody not only long experience in the military, 20 plus years looking at Homeland Security and national security and these kinds of issues, but also I come from a family of cops and first responders. This was an inexcusable operational failure, period.
It's almost unexplainable, the things that they missed.
The director absolutely should resign. The Secretary of Defense should have resigned after Afghanistan. Mayorkas should have resigned after the border. The director should have resigned after this. And what we have here is a consistent pattern of nobody is held accountable. And then they all mouth the words, responsibility stops with me, but there is no accountability. So this is a true statement. And it's true because I know the person that I'm talking about. I really do. If Donald Trump had been the president of the United States and Joe Biden was the candidate, and this had happened on Donald Trump's watch, I don't care if the director of the Secret Service was his son. Donald Trump would have fired him that day.
Absolutely. James Carafano is joining us from the Heritage Foundation. One of the things that is a big part of the RNC is Trump's foreign policy. Today's the day, I believe, that they're going to focus on his foreign policy. So I want to go through some of that with you coming up. James Carafano joining us on WTN. Time to check the roads on 99.7. All right, Jeff, scattered thunderstorms today, a high of 86, right now 78 at WTN. James Carafano joining us. So, James, today is the focus is Trump's foreign policy. I mean, all you have to do is look at the terrible foreign policy of Joe Biden, and you just rattled off a few things in the last segment. But you look at Donald Trump's foreign policy versus Joe Biden's. I mean, there is no debate as to who was more effective.
Yeah, so let me go out on a limb. I'll rattle off some predictions, and then if I'm wrong, you don't have to have me on the air anymore. Number one, the first thing they're gonna jump on is the Middle East. It's a complete dumpster fire, and they're just going to do a 180. They're going to be a friend to Israel, and they're going to hammer the Iranians in the ground like nobody's business. So not regime change, not World War III, but they are going to really, really, really throw a bucket of bad days at the Iranians. That's number one. The border and immigration is not just the border immigration. It's a lot of problems in Latin America, including countries that are out of control like Venezuela. The administration is just going to literally drop on that issue like a ton of bricks. These are things we absolutely can count on. China is a long-term challenge. So you will expect that this administration will roll out over time really, really tough policies on China. The president came in office in 2016 thinking that China was a balance of a trade problem. Once he cut a good deal with the Chinese and made them behave, everything would be fine. I think he left office in 2020 recognizing that China is an existential threat to the United States, and that you're going to have to go back to levels levels of pressure and protection of the U.S. on par with what we did during the Cold War deal with the Chinese. That's coming. And then, a lot of people are, look, I don't think we're going to walk away from Ukraine and Europe and NATO. Here's the way I would frame it. I think the number one issue that we have, that Trump has, that Vance has, that everybody has, is the president doesn't have a plan. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He's just throwing money at the problem, and that's got to stop. But then, well, what are we going to do? And I think the way to explain this super quickly is, our policy, our strategy in World War II is defeat Germany first. In the first year of the war, we sent more troops and resources to the Pacific than we did to Europe. And the reason for that was we had to stabilize the theater in the Pacific so that we could then turn and crush the Germans, and then we would be able to come back and defeat the Japanese. I think it's the strategy in reverse. You have to stabilize the theater in Europe if you're going to pivot the resources and attention that you need to do to Asia. And so you don't stabilize the theater by running away from NATO and Ukraine. You stabilize the theater by working with them to create a credible deterrence against the Russian, because the difference is in World War II is we were trying to defeat the enemy. We were trying to deter the Russians, deter the Iranians, deter the Chinese. So you have to stabilize that theater. So I think that's where American strategy is going to go. You're not talking about abandoning Europe. You're talking about stabilizing Europe. And of course, a lot of that is Europeans standing up and taking their share of the responsibility for doing that.
All right, James Carafano, always great to have you on, and we'll look forward to next time. Great analysis. It's 7:19 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. One of the big themes from yesterday's RNC was a focus on people in America, just everyday Americans, whose lives have been forever changed because of Biden's policies. And so one of the people that was there and speaking was a woman named Madeleine Brain, who she had lost her son to violent criminals in New York City, specifically Alvin Bragg's district. And this is what she had to say.
I don't want anyone else to experience the senseless pain that many other victims across this United States of America have to live with every day. So I decided to use the voice that God gave me to be the voice for the voiceless across America. We need justice for victims, and we need accountability for prosecutors who fail in their duty. Soft on crime prosecutors like Alvin Bragg in New York, Kim Fox in Chicago, and George Gascon in Los Angeles have turned our great country and cities into war zones.
She's absolutely right. I've got more from Madeleine Brain and Brame and some other folks as well who spoke last night at the RNC. I haven't even played all of the Sarah Huckabee Sanders audio yet, so there's a lot coming up. Also, Joy Reid. It wouldn't be a day without some unbelievable Joy Reid audio, and I have some of that as well coming up straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Now listen, if I know anything about fixing up my house over the years, it is that really good companies are really hard to find, which is why I'm so glad I can tell you about one of the great ones. Copper Creek Electric. Now, they've been electrifying Middle Tennessee since 2008, and whatever you need done, they can do it. From residential remodels to new construction, Copper Electric will do any job you need, from your home to your business. These folks at Copper Creek Electric do it all, and they do it right the first time. And they're going to tailor the job to your needs. Now, you do know the electrical in your home or your business is serious. It does need to be up to code. Copper Creek Electric, they can do that, and they're easy to work with, licensed and insured. Call them. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out for all your electrical across Middle Tennessee. 615-476-8697. 615-476-8697. You can find them online at coppercreekelectric.biz. And again, as always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. It is 722. The Super Text line is open. 615-737-9986. 615-737-WWTN. Jay Harper was coming up in the news at 7:30.
Yes, Dan, we are starting to learn a little bit more about the assassination attempt on former President Trump. More calls for GOP party unity in Milwaukee, and a sad case of a death on Old Hickory Lake. We'll have details at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
728, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. How are you? So one of the things that Donald Trump was incessantly blasted about was way back when he said that, if he didn't win, blood will be shed. And you got all these people, saying that his supporters are going to rise up, right? Well, the reality is that, and he was talking, if I remember right, I think he was talking about the economy. But the reality is that if Donald Trump does not win, blood will be shed. Because we've seen a lot of bloodshed at the hands of Joe Biden's migrants. And all of these very liberal prosecutors funded for by George Soros, these district attorneys who refuse to hold criminals accountable or arrest people for stealing things, under $1,000. And so now the people are beginning to fight back. The people whose lives have been impacted by that kind of just absolutely chaotic policy of Joe Biden, they're now speaking out. And what they had to say yesterday at the RNC is something you have got to listen to. So I've got that audio and some Joy Reid audio as well. I got a whole lot more straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Are you getting the internet connection you deserve? Now, if you're not, join me over at Xfinity, where you can get 5G home internet for half of what folks are paying with T-Mobile. Now, Xfinity provides reliable internet with the speed you need at a great value. You're going to get consistently fast speeds even during peak hours with 99.9% network reliability. For the internet you deserve, follow me to Xfinity. I've been a client for years. Now through July 25th, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and equipment included. That is 50% savings over T-Mobile's 5G home internet for your first year. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. Compares promotional pricing for Xfinity Connect Internet versus T-Mobile 5G home internet. It's $60 a month. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $56 a month.
Good morning. It is 7:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Mostly sunny and 77 degrees, but look for a change in the weather. We'll have a forecast and a traffic report in just a few minutes. Well, we are beginning to learn a little more about the assassination attempt on former President Trump. ABC's News Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas has more on the situation.
New details about the final stage of planning from Thomas Matthew Crooks in the hours before he tried to assassinate former President Trump. Sources telling ABC News that police suspect Crooks got on the roof not by using the 5-foot ladder he may have recently purchased, but by climbing on top of an air conditioning unit.
Donald Trump's former primary challengers, Nikki Haley and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, spoke at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee yesterday. Haley calling for party unity. The former South Carolina governor and UN ambassador put up the strongest challenge to Trump in the primaries and now has released all of her delegates to vote for him at the nominating convention. ABC's Jonathan Karl, he's got more from Milwaukee.
You could say there was a change in tone by Trump standards. This was not American carnage, but this was some very harsh attacks on Joe Biden, on Kamala Harris. They really went after the vice president here. The unity last night was a unity of Republicans in support, total support of Donald Trump.
Back here in the Nashville area, a juvenile died in a jet ski crash on Old Hickory Lake last evening. Channel 4's Marius Payton has more.
A child died in a jet ski crash on Old Hickory Lake. The Wilson County Sheriff's Office says this happened at the Creighton Lane area around 4:30. The child was taken to the hospital where they died. An adult also involved in the crash was taken to the hospital. That person is expected to be okay. The victim's identity has not been released. The Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency is investigating the crash.
That is the latest news. Traffic and weather on the way. I'm I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thanks, Jay. 733. If you dream of living by the lake, listen up, friends, because some incredible new properties are opening up about 20 minutes outside of Knoxville, Tennessee. It's just a short drive to the Smoky Mountains as well. Perfect for a retirement home or full-time living. Now, on Saturday, July 27th, you can get an exclusive tour of these properties and check out these amazing deals by the lake. Listen to this. 2-acre wooded estate lots with boat slips. They are starting at $79,900. Reserve your townhome from only $200,000 and a lake cottage package with a boat slip. They're going for $349,900. Now, the amenities, they're amazing. With 10 miles of walking trails, pickleball courts, pools, and a brand new marina, there's something for everybody and every budget. Now, remember, that is Saturday, July 27th. You have to reserve your private tour because times are limited. Find them online, lakelivingtn.com. That's lakelivingtn.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. You can call them 865-408-9992 and get that private tour. 865-408-9992. .37 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Today's scattered thunderstorms, high of 86. So right now, 78 degrees. at Supertalk 99.7 WTN. There's a lot of victims when it comes to Joe Biden's administration. Now, here's what I mean by that. What I mean by that is we fell victim to Bidenomics. We have fallen victim, all of us has fallen victim to Bidenomics. I mean, when interest rates were way up over 9%, we all know that that was a disaster that we are still trying to deal with. So that's number one. But number two is a lot of Americans have had to deal with Biden's border disaster. That's number two. And number three, we all know that crime is out of control. And yes, I do understand that that is a local issue, but by and large, that is a Democrat issue. And so last night at the RNC, because it's important to know and note that the problems here in America, I mean, they have been caused, yes, by Joe Biden, but you know what? It's really the Democrat Party that has caused these problems. And those Americans, of course, that voted for Joe Biden. I could go on, and I usually do. But last night, there was an incredible speech by a woman named Madeleine Brame, and she had lost her son to violent criminals in Alvin Bragg's district. And so Alvin Bragg, you know who he is. He's the local district attorney there for this particular area. And he spending so much time going after Donald Trump, but not enough time going after criminals. And so there was a bad guy in Alvin Bragg's district that he refused to prosecute. And so he was allowed to roam the streets of New York City. And he killed Madeleine Brame's son. She has her chance to speak last night at the RNC. Here's part of her speech that was incredible.
Soft on crime prosecutors like Alvin Bragg in New York, Kim Fox in Chicago, and George Gascon in Los Angeles have turned our great country and cities into war zones. Poor and neglected communities like mine are suffering. And who else in here is sick and tired of being sick and tired?
Standing ovation by Trump.
The Democratic Party that poor minorities have been loyal to for decades, including myself, all right? They betrayed us. They stabbed us in the back. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who claim to represent us, have abandoned us. They neglected the poor minority communities across America.
And that had to be one of the best speeches, and she deserves an incredible standing ovation. And so when you look at the victims of Joe Biden and his administration, I mean, again, you can talk about bad guys coming across our southern border. We can talk about Bidenomics. We could talk about any number of things. And the Biden administration, we just got done talking to James Carafano. He says this is the administration of no consequences. And that is true. And so when you look at everything that is going on in America today and how things have just spiraled out of control, listen to this. This is a Reuters poll, and 4 out of 5 Americans fear that our country is sliding into chaos. I think we've slid into chaos. We're not sliding into chaos. We've slid into chaos. And so when you look at all of the problems that Joe Biden has caused, yeah, I understand why 4 in 5 Americans fear the country is sliding into chaos. And that's why, earlier I was telling you about some of the polling that's out there. And even if Donald Trump, and they're still trying to figure out, but even if Donald Trump does not get a post-assassination attempt slide, which is, I should say, post-assassination attempt increase or a bump in the polling, he was still beating the living you-know-what out of Joe Biden in the polling. And after the RNC has been I will tell you, because I've been watching a lot of it and I've been playing you the audio, the RNC has gone off without a hitch. And that is a party that is absolutely unified. Even Nikki Haley endorsed Donald Trump. So now the question is, all right, what are like I said yesterday, what are the Democrats going to do? Are they going to be able to unite behind Joe Biden? I mean, it's pretty clear that they don't want Joe Biden. Whether or not Joe Biden knows that or not is anybody's guess, but whatever. Now, Joy Reid, very quickly. Because when I heard this audio, real quickly, because people want to make sure that I know. So I'm going to make sure that you folks know that I know. Of the New York Post story from, I think this was yesterday or the day before. I mentioned it. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle landed the job after this push by Jill Biden's office, according to sources. So she was, basically Jill was haranguing Joe, hire this lady to lead the Secret Service. And so she did. Joe Biden acquiesced to Jill Biden's demands and made her part of allowed her to lead the Secret Service. And we know what happened. I mean, we've been speaking, for days now about the impact of the Secret Service and their mistakes that they made last Saturday. And so this is another one of those stories where here you have Jill Biden clearly running the show. And it almost became catastrophic. Under an inch. That's how close it came to Donald Trump. And the other day, I don't know, when the attempted assassination happened, I was so sort of on the air with everybody else. And then after I got off the air, I was exhausted. I'd been flying all day, whatever. But, in the last 48 hours or so, it has really hit me how close we came to losing Donald Trump and what that would mean for our country, not only politically, because that would be a disaster politically, but what that would do to our country. I mean, 4 out of 5 people believe that we've slid into chaos. If Donald Trump is killed by an assassin's bullet, I can't even imagine what this country would have looked like. Now, we've got some audio from long promised, I apologize, Joy Reid is coming up next on WTN. 7:45, time to check the roads. All right, thank you, Jeff. At 7:46, scattered thunderstorms and a high of 86 today for your Wednesday, July 27th. All right. So I think we all know that Joy Reid is an idiot. She tells us almost every day that she's an idiot. But one of the things that she said, she's covering the RNC. They actually let her into the building. Why, I don't know. But it is her contention that the media, the news media, is going to allow Donald Trump to rewrite his narrative. Because apparently, according to Joy Reid, Joe Biden and Donald Trump, Joe Biden is the hero and Donald Trump is clearly the felon in this situation. And so now she fears that the people around her, they're saying that the media will make Donald Trump into a victim. And that means forgetting about all he did to America. That's right. This is Joy Reid.
Universal kind of reaction that I'm getting, whether it's civilians or, professionals, is really a deep concern and lack of confidence in not us at this table or us at MSNBC, but us as the media writ large. And a fear that what's going to happen now is that the Republican Party will do what they do. They're in the middle of a campaign. The convention started today. But the media will acquiesce to trying to convince people that the things they've been experiencing for the last, 5-6 years didn't happen.
It's like, are you kidding me? Because can we talk about what we've been experiencing for the last 3.5 years? I mean, just ask the mother of her son that was killed in New York in Alvin Bragg's district. Ask her what she's been experiencing in the last 3.5 years. So it's almost like she's trying to convince the American people and the few viewers that MSNBC has that, Joe Biden's been a terrific president? Are you trying to convince us that the last 3.5 years didn't happen? And the media's job isn't to constantly remind people of what Trump's administration was like to sway votes. It is their job to simply report the news, right? I mean, you'd think that she would understand that, being somebody who works in the media.
That the greatest purveyor and promoter of political violence, really, since anyone can remember, since George Wallace, I think, that we just haven't experienced that kind of open, sort of citing or sort of incitement of violence or sort of luxuriating in the idea of violence. It's just not something we're used to anymore in American politics. And then we had to get used to that being a thing.
So, again, she's crazy. And I'm going to tell you why. Because Monday, we played all of that audio of all of those Democrats, including Joy Reid, either threatening violence or saying one way or another, wink, wink, nod, nod, that Donald Trump cannot be president.
Because Donald Trump is such an authoritarian, he must be stopped. He cannot be president.
Donald Trump, right? Yeah, Hitler, White House. We keeping him out.
The Trump death cult for American democracy.
I will go and take Trump out tonight. And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant and you tell them they're not welcome.
And maybe this would be our last election, because someone who will not accept the validity of an election is someone who doesn't believe in elections. He believes in his own power, his own right to power.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind and you will pay the price.
I mean, listen, I don't know. Somebody might want to play that for Joy Reid. Because she has clearly forgotten about all of those things from Nancy Pelosi and Hillary Clinton and Chuck Schumer and Joe Scarborough, and the rest of these knuckleheads. So she's talking about how people should not accept this rewrite from the Trump administration, from the Trump campaign.
And people are concerned and expressing concern that we won't be the guardians of memory, and that we will allow Donald Trump, as he is, bathed in the glory and grandeur of his party, to rewrite himself as both a hero and a victim, that people who are the most vulnerable to not just the things he's done, but the things he's promising to do, and that will then happen without a guardian saying, wait, stop. And then the media will acquiesce to this rewrite. And the people that I've been talking to don't accept the rewrite.
Well, I don't care if the people that you talk to don't accept the rewrite. It doesn't matter. Because the American people are making up their own mind. There is no rewriting, by the way. Again, Joy Reid and her political ilk, they're upset because the media is no longer carrying water for Joe Biden. They feel betrayed by the media because at one point it was all kumbaya, right? You've got the media, you've got the Washington Post, you've got the New York Times, you've got MSNBC and Joy Reid, and everybody is working together to try to take down Donald Trump. They've never really gotten over that Donald Trump was not their mandated president in 2016. He won. We had a great 4 years. Then COVID hits, it's weaponized. Then we have the elections. Then we end up with 4 years of disaster with Joe Biden and word salad Kamala. And now the media is like, nope, we can't do this for another 4 years. And obviously, Joy Reid and the Democrats, they can't stand the fact that the media is actually doing what the media is supposed to do, which is simply cover the news and try to uncover the truth. The truth of the matter is that Joe Biden is not fit for office. It is 7:52 on WTN, the Glock store. You know, folks sometimes ask me about the Glock store and why I love the Glock store so much. Well, it's because they pay me to talk about them. No. That's what some people think, but no. It's because I was a customer first, Then they paid me. Now, look, they started advertising, and I was curious, so I went down there, and I finally bought my first Glock. Then I started their incredible training and added that to my commercials as well. Now, just like most of my other sponsors, I am a client, and yes, I'm a satisfied client at that. Now, I did get a bit of a discount on some upgrades, but they weren't free, and they were basically the upgrades and discounts you can get weekly at the Glock store. Check them out online at glockstore.com. So basically, in short, I am a fan of the Glock store because of what they can offer you. So I tell you about them, and I'm proud to do so because they are a great company and a great organization. Check out their merch and sign up for some training at glockstore.com. Be sure and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. It is 7:53 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Jay Harper in for Ken. What's coming up?
Yes, sir, Dan. Joe Biden in Nevada campaigning out there. He spoke to the NAACP. We'll have a review of what happened on day 2 at the GOP convention. Of course, today is day 3 and something big expected today. And will Elon Musk be putting the X in Texas? We'll have those stories and more at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It's 8 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Mostly sunny at the moment, 81 degrees, but look for a changing forecast. We'll also have an updated traffic report coming up. As the Republican National Convention continues this week, President Joe Biden, he's on the campaign trail. He delivered a speech at the NAACP's annual convention in Las Vegas. We have more on that now from ABC's Mary Bruce.
President Biden firing up the Democratic Party's base.
I'm a lifetime member of the NAACP. And I am all in.
Glad-handing as he reaches out to critical Black and Latino voters, with polls showing signs their support is slipping. All as he fights to show doubters in his own party he has what it takes to beat Donald Trump.
Day 3 of the Republican National Convention features J.D. Vance's first speech as the party's vice presidential nominee. ABC's Jim Ryan, though, he recaps Day 2.
Nikki Haley.
The published theme of Tuesday's session was Make America Safe once again, but with Donald Trump's former primary rivals taking the stage, convention attendees like Scott Farris say unity was the dominant tone.
You're going to have differences, but we've got the candidates now. Let's all go have a beer and let's all get behind the person we have elected.
Today, national security is a key topic under the daily heading of Make America Strong once again.
Elon Musk saying sayonara to California, the billionaire pledging to relocate the headquarters of 2 of his companies, SpaceX and X, to Texas, in part because of a new law concerning kids and gender. ABC's Andrew Dimbert reports.
Elon Musk says the move is in response to a California law just signed by Governor Gavin Newsom. It bars school districts from requiring staff to notify parents if their child changes their gender identity. Musk calling the law the final straw. The governor responding, posting an old tweet from former President Trump denigrating Musk, Newsom adding the caption, "You bent the knee." The news comes one day after the Wall Street Journal reported Musk plans to donate $45 million per month to a pro-Trump super PAC.
Now let's turn to the market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They can be found online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures before the opening bell, the Dow down 131, S&P 500 down 56, NASDAQ futures down 307. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
When hard times hit Americans, it takes great organizations and donations to help those impacted get the assistance they need. Today's Great American Moment features the Finish Strong Foundation. Now, they partner with the Shriners organization to help kids living with limb loss. And earlier this month at an event near Boston, CBS News reports that children of all ages were fitted with prosthetic legs designed for running, including 12-year-old Malia Schnick.
I'm so excited for this day. I've been telling everyone I run into, I'm getting my running legs this weekend. It means a lot to me. It means that now I can maybe run a little bit because I can't normally run in my regular prosthetics, so it kind of gives me a little bit more freedom.
To find out how you can help, check out finishstrongfoundation.com. Today's Great American Moment is brought to you by Dr. Kevin Mitchell and the Wellness Institute of Nashville. If you suffer from chronic back and neck pain, they can help you today with non-surgical spinal decompression. No pills, surgery, or injections, just therapy that is going to help you feel better fast. They can also help you with chronic knee pain as well. If you have pain, numbness, slipped discs, tingling, spinal stenosis, disc bulging, herniations, or discal tears, this is the perfect place for you. The Wellness Institute of Nashville, 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009. The website, painisbad.com.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Welcome on into your Wednesday, July 17th. I love the headline from the Daily Mail. Thomas Crooks, you know, the guy that shot President Trump, was pictured 1 hour before he shot Donald Trump. Sniper identified gunman acting suspiciously, checking his cell phone and a rangefinder at the rally when they took the photo. Do you know what that tells you? That tells you that they were so suspicious of this guy that they took a picture of him. And yet they did nothing. I am so flabbergasted at the inefficiency of the Secret Service. I mean, it's almost criminal. I don't know if this was an inside job. I don't know what happened. The actual headline from the Daily Mail, do you know what the headline is? The headline in the Daily Mail is, what the hell happened? They've got a picture of dude with his rangefinder, his cell phone, and he was acting suspiciously, checking that phone and the rangefinder an hour before. So you're Secret Service and you see this guy wandering around. He was also acting suspiciously around the metal detector, trying to get into the facility. And then he's just kind of wandering around, and you've got the Secret Service and they're kind of talking to each other. And, well, this guy looks a little suspicious, but they didn't do anything. Then he ends up on the roof. And then you had people in the crowd saying, there's a guy on the roof with a gun. And they didn't do anything. I mean, earlier we were talking about, and I know that a lot of people tune in at the 8 o'clock hour, just kind of coming in new. So we've already covered a lot of this. But, you know, you've got the Secret Service director saying, well, it was a sloped roof. So we couldn't possibly have any Secret Service on the sloped roof, you know, protecting the President of the United States. Well, okay, but how did he get up there? Right? Like, so if it's a sloped roof and it's too dangerous for the Secret Service, then how did he get up there? And how did he get up there when the Secret Service supposedly couldn't? That's number one. Number two, you had the same kind of roof on other buildings that the Secret Service was on. And the Secret Service didn't seem to have any problem when they shot the dude and then came up and they were standing on that very same sloped roof. So none of this makes any sense. A law enforcement official told CBS that no action was taken after one of the snipers first spotted Crooks looking up at the roof of the building. Yeah, nothing to see here, right? Congressman Mark Green says it is astounding that they didn't stop the guy after they say that he looked suspicious. He was on with Brian Wilson yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
So local law enforcement sees the guy, calls the Secret Service and says there's a suspicious-looking guy, and Secret Service was supposed to give the directions to detain him, and by that time they lost track of the guy. That makes no sense to me. There's not a local law enforcement guy out there who wouldn't say, wait a minute, that guy's suspicious. Hold on, sir, could you stay right here just a second? I need to ask you a couple of questions.
They actually took the guy's picture. It emerged on Tuesday that the killer penetrated the security area of the rally a full 3 hours before carrying out his attack, after driving the 50 miles north from his home in Bethel Park on the southern outskirts of Pittsburgh. So he's acting suspiciously. He triggered a metal detector. They actually take his picture. They're so worried about him, but nobody thought to pull him aside and question him. And so Congressman Mark Green, again, he's talking to Brian on the afternoon show, and he says it's unbelievable that they didn't do anything. The gunman then, of course, disappeared around a corner before he was seen a second time sitting down and looking at his phone, prompting one of the snipers to take his picture. The sniper then radioed to a command post after seeing Crooks take out his rangefinder. But no further action was taken before Crooks reappeared a third time, this time wearing a backpack and disappearing from sight as he walked to the back of the building. A further radio report, they say, relaying the information was submitted by the sniper team, who did not realize that Crooks was now scaling their building. So they're inside the building, and he is scaling the building on the outside. Now, what I don't understand, and listen, I'm no expert in this stuff, but it turns out neither are the Secret Service. It seems to me if the president is outside and he is speaking, and you see a suspicious-looking dude walking around, so worried you are that you take his picture, and you know that the guy is outside, you know that the president's outside, I have a roof that is clearly not protected, leaving the president vulnerable, and you didn't do anything. Congressman Mark Green, of course, you know he's a former Army Ranger, has experience in combat and so forth. When talking to Brian yesterday about the fact that not only was this building unprotected, but it was also accessible.
Yeah, what's worse is that if you look at it from the aerial shot, there's a narrow sort of alleyway between it and another building, which would conceal a bad guy. I mean, why wasn't there somebody standing in that alleyway to make sure no one came up there? And I just, there's no way. Heck, a lieutenant, platoon leader would leave that glaring a hole where an enemy could sneak in.
You see what I'm saying? It's like people who are really smart in these things are dumbfounded at the dumbness of the Secret Service. Locally, Channel 11 said multiple sources on Tuesday confirmed that Crooks was on the roof with a gun. I love how they word this, for fewer than 7 minutes before he was confronted by a Butler Township police officer. Okay, so that's like an eternity. So you've got a president speaking, and this dude is up on the roof with a gun, noticeable for 7 minutes. They finally confronted him, but then the guy, you know the story, and I'm hearing different versions of the same story. Basically, the guy tried to climb up like air conditioning whatevers and tried to, get up there because astoundingly enough, they had no ladder. So there's no way for that. If they didn't have a ladder, how did they get up on the other roofs? I mean, I'm sure there's a way, but whatever. They say the officer retreated after Crooks swung his AR-15 style weapon in his direction, leaving the killer free to aim at his target, which of course we know was Donald Trump. They also, by the way, found a bulletproof vest, 3 fully loaded magazines containing around 100 bullets, 2 remote-controlled explosive devices in Crooks's car. After the shooting, it emerged on Tuesday. So it looks like what he wanted to do was he wanted to remote detonate his car that apparently had explosives. So there's a lot of carnage that was avoided by them finally shooting him dead when they did, but not before it was almost way too late. Another bulletproof vest and a 3rd remote-controlled bomb was later discovered at the house he shared with his parents. They say the latest revelation that a transmitter was also with him has raised fears that Crook may have been planning to continue his killing spree if he had escaped from the roof with his life, and may have had an accomplice, they say, to help him. Don't know that yet. Hours earlier, Crooks had asked his boss for the day off, telling him that he had, quote, something to do before traveling to Saturday's rally. I got a little bit more audio from Mark Green on the whole DEI thing. Congressman Mark Green checking in. That story for you, that part of the story, is coming up straight ahead at 8:15. Time to check the roads. All right, thank you very much, Jeff, 8:15. And as far as your weather for today, scattered thunderstorms, high of 86, right now 82 at Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. So earlier, we were talking about how this head of the Secret Service, she was recommended by Jill Biden. And so the head of the Secret Service, you know, she's been a part of the Secret Service for a long time. I believe she was actually part of Jill Biden's Secret Service way back when. And so Jill recommended her to Joe, and Joe said, okay, this seems like a great idea. And there were so many mistakes here, and they could have been, well, they were catastrophic for the person that was killed, the firefighter that was killed protecting his daughter. It was catastrophic for that family, of course. And President Trump, again, just by under an inch, escaped with his life. But remember that she had made this comment, Kimberly Cheadle had made this comment as head of the Secret Service, and this clearly not aging well.
As I sit in this chair now, of making sure that we need to attract diverse candidates and ensure that we are developing and giving opportunities to everybody in our workforce, and particularly women. And particularly women.
Well, again, when you look at the video, you're going to see a woman has to be 5'4", 5'5", trying to protect 6'3", 6'5" Donald Trump. That's number one. Number two, you have another woman. I don't think it was the same one. You have another woman fumbling with her gun. And so, and listen, this is not a sexist thing. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing on the screen, what I'm seeing on the TV and on my computer when I'm watching all of the various angles. And so she was worried, Kimberly Cheadle was worried about diversity on the Secret Service instead of just making sure that there's people that can actually do the job of protecting the president. This was what Mark Green said.
There's some DEI crap going on here. First off, a 5'2" female or 5'5" female trying to shield a 6'5" president is DEI gone crazy. It is absolutely absurd to think that was smart move. And, you know, we will be addressing that, too, in the hearing when we get these folks in front of us.
Yeah, of course, Mark Green, you know that he'll be part of the investigation. And clearly we need investigations because this guy, I mean, every day we find out more about the failures of the Secret Service. And yet you've got Alejandro Mayorkas somehow, and I don't get it, man. I just don't get it. Somehow Alejandro Mayorkas is saying that he is perfectly happy with Kimberly Cheadle. Now, somebody asked the question, okay, so these errors are so incredibly egregious with the Secret Service that is it possible there's something else to the story? And I want you to listen to the righteous indignation of Alejandro Mayorkas.
So let me just say this. First of all, that is preposterous, and it is also dangerous to propagate rumors that are so unequivocally false and provocative.
So it's that same righteous indignation that I heard when people were asking about where COVID came from. Is it possible that COVID came from a Chinese lab? And they said, oh, no, you're racist, blah, 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 blah. Well, you know, turns out more than likely it came from that Chinese lab. We heard that same righteous indignation from people like Alejandro Mayorkas when the laptop from hell surfaced, and a lot of conservatives said, well, this is a legit news story. You shouldn't be spiking the New York Post story on this. And you had those 51 intelligence officials who said, no, that's not real. No, that's Russian disinformation. And they all had that same righteous indignation that Alejandro Mayorkas is speaking to now.
So let me just say this. First of all, that is preposterous, and it is also dangerous to propagate rumors that are so unequivocally false and provocative.
Well, then how do you explain it? See, the problem is, here's the problem. The problem is that they can't explain the errors. The errors are so gross and so obvious. and so just, rookie, beginner 101. And so when you look at these errors and you think, okay, well, how do you possibly make those mistakes? Because there's not just one error, there's a bunch of errors. And so that's why I like that you have people out there that are saying that this is all going to have to be investigated, literally everything, including the possibility, slim as it is, I hope, that this was an inside job. We'll have to see what happens. But there's audio, and I think I played it for you earlier. I'm pretty sure that Chris is going to play it as well. This Corey Mills. Corey Mills is a congressperson out of Florida, and he was being interviewed by this Kate Bullion on CNN, and he was asking some very specific questions about what they missed, and they missed a lot. And, one of the questions, of course, was that this is so bad that it's suspicious.
I've done thousands of advances. I've done thousands of counter sniper operations with our teams in Iraq and Afghanistan, etc. The amount of negligence, the amount of mistakes that was made here, I have a very difficult time not leaning myself towards this was intentional as opposed to fecklessness.
But wait, talk to me about that. I actually heard you say this right the day after, which I wanted to ask you about. What do you mean intentional?
I
mean an intentional failure on the part of...
No, I wouldn't say an intentional failure on the part of, but I got to just, I sit here and I scratch my head. You don't want to be the conspiracist. You don't want to be the person.
I'm telling you, because that's what it's leaning towards.
No, I know. And that's the issue, is that you walk this fine balance of, you're not trying to be a conspiracist, but you look at it and you go, how could this have gone so...
But it's one thing if someone on the street says it. It's not, you, Corey Mills, member of Congress, former sniper, you saying it, it makes my eyebrows go up. Wouldn't you say you're walking the line on this? Intentional what? And
he said that is why we need to have an investigation, because when you have investigations like this, everything is on the table, and it has to be. 8:23 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Summertime clearly is in full swing. That means that storms and really hot weather is going to continue. They will continue. It'd be a disaster if you lost power and you had to endure this heat with, say, for example, no air conditioning, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at Cove Generators. Now, I'm sure you saw what happened in Houston after they had all of those really bad storms. You had over 1 million people lose power. A lot of those people are realizing we should have had a generator. Don't make the same mistake that they did. Right now, listeners to my show get $500 off when you mention my name, Dan Mandis, when you call Cove Generators. They are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer in Tennessee. Now, if you have any questions, call my buddy Generator Dave. He's going to hook you up. He's going to answer whatever questions you have before, during, and after the purchase. Now, remember that great deal, $500 off when you mention my name. That is a deal you're not going to find anywhere else but at Cove Generators. By the way, they also offer you financing so that you can be ready for the next power outage. And again, remember that great deal, $500 off when you mention WTN. 931-559-3311. 931-559-3311. You can find them online, covegenerators.com. Terms and conditions may apply. It is 8:24, and we've got Jay Harper in for Ken Weaver. Jay, what's coming up?
Yes, sir, Dan. Calls remain among many Democrats for a change of presidential candidates, and more being learned still about the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. That's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionality, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
H29 Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. Did you know that Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America? They've got over 11,000 five-star reviews. They're going to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Now, this is hassle-free selling with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. So basically what that means is you can move when you want to move. So you find another house, but you've got to get out of the one that you're in now. You can move next week, next month, or in the next 2 months. Mark Spain makes it easy. They've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years. In fact, they've helped over 58,000 families sell their homes. Now, this is the place you want to go if you want to get out of your home quickly and hassle-free. Call them today. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD for Mark Spain Real Estate. And get that guaranteed offer today on your home. There's no obligation. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Good morning. It's 8:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Partly sunny. We are at 82 degrees now. A forecast that's going to be changing and a traffic report coming up. As the Republican National Convention continues this week, President Biden, he's out campaigning. He delivered a speech at the NAACP's annual convention in Las Vegas. We hear more now from ABC's Mary Bruce, who says some Democratic lawmakers, they're still hoping for a change at the top of the ticket.
Back on the trail for the first time since the attack against Trump, he's urging Americans to cool down the political temperature, but not shying away from drawing a sharp contrast.
Now, just because we must lower the temperature in our politics and rate to violence, it doesn't mean we should stop telling the truth.
Biden fired up, but some in his party still not convinced.
More questions around the attempt on former President Trump's life at a rally in Pennsylvania this past weekend. ABC News has learned that the shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks, also created several suspicious devices that incorporated a remote detonator, intricate wiring, and chemicals. ABC's terrorist analyst, Brad Garrett, he comments.
The real question here is going to be, how did he plan all this to the degree that we think he did? The odd man out here is the explosives. As to what was he going to do with those?
The market numbers report. Let's get to that for you. Brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They may be found online at beaconcm.com. The Dow, now with the market being open, the change, it's down 51. The S&P down 55. And the NASDAQ index, it is now down 303. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 8:33, Nashville's Morning News. You want to save some money on your HVAC? Call my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are your Rude Pro partner. Now, I've been a Beehive member for years. When you become a Beehive member, you keep that AC maintained for the long haul to run at peak efficiency for maximum comfort. Now, here's some of what you get. You get 3 annual tune-ups, 1 heating, 1 cooling, 1 plumbing. You're going to get 10% off of all repairs, priority front-of-the-line service, and no overtime or holiday fees. And you're also going to get exclusive Beehive member promotions. Now, again, I've been a Beehive member for years, 10 years, as a matter of fact. And you can tell that it's worth it in the long run. Spend a little money now, you're going to save a lot in the long term. By the way, Busy Bee is also a great company to work for. They're looking for plumbers and HVAC techs. Find more information online. You can apply online. BusyBeeHVAC.com. BusyBeeHVAC.com. 615-775-7833. They are your Rude Pro partner. BusyBeeHVAC.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
8:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of Four Amigos, brought to you by My Patriot Supply. Prepare with Mandis.com. Jay Harper, thanks for showing up today. Jay, how are you, my friend?
Hey, hanging in there, Dan. Thank you.
Johnny B is here. Hey, Johnny, how are we today?
Good, Dan. How are you guys?
Fantastic. I'm doing great. Chris, you doing okay?
I'm doing good. I was driving in, and when I heard you say, it kind of hit you that Trump almost was assassinated.
Yeah.
I had that same moment the other day.
Did you? It was like a delayed effect or delayed impact.
It's almost like you're shell-shocked a bit, especially with us, because we came flying in to cover it immediately. And since then, as Brian Wilson puts it, you're drinking water through a fire hose.
Yeah, it's hard to get all the news out every day. And I've got 4 hours.
Yeah.
And I always end up feeling bad at the end of the show because I haven't played all my audio that I got up at midnight to cut up, and I haven't gotten to all the stories that I wanted to do. But it was I think yesterday or the day before, but it was almost like it hit me like a ton of bricks, where it's like we almost lost Donald Trump. And then I started thinking about what this country would be like if it actually happened.
See, I haven't gotten there yet. I haven't gotten to the thinking about the what if, but I did see that video that's been going around on Twitter, and you can find it on my Twitter feed at Chris Hand on Air, where they have the digital rendering looking from the top of President Trump's head as he moves in the speech, and you can see the trail and the bullets,
how close it came,
how close they were. It's like, oh my, and I don't say this lightly. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I really don't. Like, I don't drop God just all the time, but like, oh my God.
Yeah, it was close.
Unreal.
You think this will change Trump's perspective a little bit? Because he's rewriting his speech to be more unifying. But you think it'll change his perspective when he goes out on stage?
I mean, any near-death experience has to change somebody completely.
Yeah.
You're on extra time. You shouldn't be here. When I read the headline, I'm supposed to be dead, it's like, yeah.
It's true. Hey, Johnny.
Hey.
You want to see me trigger, no pun intended, Chris Hand? That's so bad.
You're like the CNN host that said, we're going to bring the heat. It's like, oh, I didn't mean it like that.
All right, I'm going to place. I'm trying to antagonize Chris Hand.
There you go.
I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Right. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period.
Ooh, the crowd goes mild. I'll tell you what.
That sounds like a pretty good applause.
She begged to get on that stage. Nobody invited her. She complained and she cried and she whined because she knew, this woman knew, if she didn't get up on that stage and profess her love for Donald Trump, she is going to be politically irrelevant for the rest of her life. Nobody's going to take a second look at her.
How do you know?
Dislike Nikki Haley.
Okay, but Donald Trump.
No. Nikki Haley is a trash human.
But Donald Trump gave her a standing ovation.
Donald Trump gave a lot of people standing ovations.
Wow. You really don't like Nikki Haley?
No, I don't. And you know what I will say? I do want to point out, I appreciate her being on stage because I'm watching the RNC with Kennedy, and it was a great opportunity for me to talk about how much more dangerous rhinos are than Democrats. Because a Democrat will look me in the face and tell me they hate me, but Nikki Haley will get on stage and tell us that she loves Donald Trump. You don't love Donald Trump. You love power. And that's what the entire goal was of her being on that stage, was to hang on by the last little thread, any shred of power she might be able to grab. She cannot be anywhere near this administration or this cabinet. She's a trash person.
Hanging on by a false fingernail.
Yeah, I don't like her.
Chris, I think you need to hear this message of unity.
But we agree more often than we disagree.
Yeah, we all agree you're trash.
We agree on keeping America strong.
Yeah, neocon.
We agree on keeping America safe. And we agree that Democrats have moved so far to the left that they're putting our freedoms in danger.
I mean, Chris, she's talking about freedoms. I mean, come on.
Freedom.
Not a fan.
Not a fan. I almost wore my Nikki Haley clown nose shirt today because of that, but I didn't want to give her that much press and attention.
Can I just ask, how did Kennedy like this 15-minute monologue on rhinos versus liberals? Because I know Riker, I mean, his eyes start to glaze over.
She's well, to my 10-year-old daughter's credit, yes, the first thing she said is, "Why is she here?"
There you go. All right, good.
And I said, "She's hanging on to power, honey. She's a trash individual." So she liked it, and I think so. What
are you going to do if Trump gives her a cabinet position?
Oh, I'd lose my mind. I would lose my mind. But he's made bad cabinet picks before.
He has, but as I was talking about this earlier, he gave some concessions to the Republicans the first time around. So this is going to be his opportunity to do his cabinet exactly the way that he wants.
Yeah.
So hey, John.
If that's what he wants.
I hope that he does put Nikki Haley on a cabinet position just so we can see this.
Oh, my gosh.
You want to see the meltdown.
I'll bring the cleaning supplies to clean up, Chris's brain off the window behind him. All right, let's go on to something else. There are times, and Johnny, I know that you can relate to this as well, where we have our own sort of moral dilemmas, where it's like, do I really want to do this?
Yes.
Do I really want to bring more attention to what is probably the worst moment in a person's life?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light?
This was the lady that sang the national anthem for the Home Run Derby.
Yes, Ingrid Andress.
By the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous.
And she didn't do well.
Yeah, I think that's an understatement.
Ramparts we watch were so gallant.
I've never heard of her as a singer. Have you?
I have not.
Maybe this is why.
Rockets red glass, the bombs burst.
I think my glasses just broke.
Gave proof through the night.
Okay, I didn't realize it was this bad, to be honest.
It is bad.
Ooh. Okay, so I'm going to stop it there. But anyway, but here's the thing. So yesterday, Johnny and I were like, Johnny, do I want to play this? And,
yeah.
And Johnny said, oh, you know, what if she's in Nashville?
Well, her parents may be here.
Yeah, and so I
had it ready to go for the Amigos for the record yesterday, but then I was told that Senator Haggerty was, more important than me.
Well, apparently we weren't important to Haggerty because he never called us. He called us, and then Johnny said, hey, call us back in 5 minutes. He finally called back in 35.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. It was like, he knows I'm off the air at 9, right? Anyway, so I didn't play the audio because, again, I believe that it's somebody's worst moment. And at times I've played this kind of audio, but it's so sad. I do feel sorry for people when things like this happen. Now it turns out she's going into rehab.
Yes, which is good. I mean,
What, was she drunk?
Like that's what she said. She said she was liquored up.
Said she was hammered.
That's what she claimed.
All right, so Jay's mind immediately went to where I went, which is that your excuse? Because I mean, trying to remember the lyrics.
Oh,
nailed it.
Nailed
it.
You think in the middle she's
That's
like...
what our manager told her.
Yeah.
Hey, that was great.
You think she's in the middle of that and she's thinking, I'm crushing it.
Yeah.
Did you see the baseball players who were trying not to laugh?
Yeah.
That's a hard song to sing,
Yeah,
too.
it is. When you can sing, it's hard.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, a person's got to know their limitations.
Yes, I mean, some people, you can say no. when they ask you to do this, you can say no. No, I don't believe I'll be doing that.
Yeah.
I'm busy.
No thanks.
I'm sorry. I'm really not that great a singer. Okay.
Well, she is a 4-time Grammy nominee, and she did have a song that I really happen to like a couple of years ago called Broken More Hearts Than Mine, which is a fabulous song, and she does a nice job on the record. I mean, 95.5 Nash Icon here. I mean, that's, been played there for the last couple of years.
Really, Jay? Do they play it on 103.3?
I'm sure they did when it was new. Yeah. Yeah, because it's a big hit.
Any other stations you want to bring up on WTN?
Do they use it? Do they use it as a bumper on GFX?
I doubt you'll hear it on 92Q.
No.
Jay, just so you know, we tend to frown on mentioning other radio stations.
They're right across the hall.
That doesn't mean they're. All right, you know what?
Right.
Okay, Jay. Next time I hear you disc jockeying on that country station over there, I want to hear you throw down some WTN stuff.
Okay. All right, you got it.
I'll get you canceled.
Yeah, sure will.
Over there, yeah. We love you, Jay. We love you, Jay.
Yeah, right.
All right, there's another pice of audio. Go.
Oh, all right. So the next piece of audio.
Yeah.
There's like this new genre of video coming out of the RNC that I'm a huge fan of, and it's just reaction trolling. But the best one was Kevin McCarthy was being interviewed by CNN, and Matt Gaetz ran up and said, if you were on that stage, you'd be booed off. Incredible.
Night. It's an open question of how the crowd here will receive her. But Wolf, I want you to listen to what former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who was walking around here just a few moments ago, said to me about this idea of Republican unity. But watch what happened here at the end of our interview, Wolf.
But what you're seeing here, a more united Republican Party. Think back 8 years ago. Ted Cruz wouldn't endorse. Senator Lee was saying no to President Trump. Now you've got Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis. You're watching a united party like we haven't been in the past. One who's not coming back, and then the other part that you have, and the other part you have is one person who raised the issue. He's got an ethics complaint about sleeping with a 17-year-old. So that's the way they would go. So that's the biggest challenge we have.
I love it.
So you is that it?
That's it.
So you heard Matt Gaetz is basically
just trolling.
Like trolling, it's like photo bombing, but it's a video interview bomb. And Gaetz is saying, "Oh, you're not on the stage. You're not on the stage." And then,
what night are you speaking? What night are you speaking?
And then McCarthy throws down you're under whatever it was, suspicion of sleeping with a 17-year-old,
something
whatever
like
it is. So what?
Yeah. Pretty good stuff out of the RNC.
That. It used to be there was some modicum of decorum.
Nah, that's gone.
Is it gone? It's all because of social media. That moment probably went viral.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So
it's all about the clicks.
It is all about the clicks. All right, very good.
Yeah, I thought it was funny.
Oh, I can't wait to go see the video. Did you tweet that out?
I will.
Okay.
At Chris and on air. And then
the problem is, Chris, you've missed the opportunity because we've already done that part of the bit.
All right. Fair enough.
I'm just kidding. I'm feeling ornery today. Chris is like,
it seems it.
Yeah. Anyway, what is coming up after the news? And by the way, this whole show, the quality of this show is because I was drunk. I'm going to sober up and hope for a better day tomorrow.
Well, and none of us could tell the difference, but nonetheless.
Oh, revenge.
Nice.
Revenge.
Well done, Jay Harper. Well done.
Revenge comedy at its best.
It is. That's like radio trolling from Jay Harper. Love it. Good job, Jay.
All right, coming up on the show, we have more questions than answers when it comes to the assassination attempt on Donald J. Trump. We're going to cover all of that. Plus, we have a reaction to Joe Biden's NAACP rally. That was a doozy.
Sure was.
Did you know that Corn Pop? Actually, there was another guy in that crew. Yeah.
Didn't know.
With another unique nickname. I'll tell you about it after 9 o'clock. Right. And more. It also, the left really wants to bury the picture of Donald Trump with his fist up, and they really don't want him to be viewed as a hero. So they're doing their best, and we'll play all the relevant audio.
8:53, Nashville's Morning News. Chris Hand is coming up next at DT McCall's. Listen, whatever you need for your home, you can find it at DT McCall's. You know, oftentimes your spouse perhaps drags you to one place after another. If you go to one place, DT McCall's, you can find anything you need for your home. lawn mowers, patio furniture, indoor furniture, office furniture, bedroom furniture, you name it, they've got it at DT McCall's. How about kitchen appliances, washer and dryer sets, or any type of home furnishings? DT McCall's has great value and, yes, customer service as well. They've been in Middle Tennessee for over 100 years, and they've lasted so long because of that customer service and great quality of products. So many ways to save. All you need to do is go to one place, my place, DT McCall's, 5 locations, Carthage, Franklin, Cookeville, Lafayette, Lebanon. Always online, dtmccalls.com.